For folks on the phone, we're going to get started here in a minute or so. I'd like to call this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly to order. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Ms. Allard, Mr. Peterson,
Present.
Ms. LaFrance,
Here.
Mr. Dunbar,
Here.
Mr. Rivera,
Present.
Mr. Weddleton,
Here.
Mr. Constant,
Here.
Ms. Kennedy,
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdilla,
Here.
Ms. Zolotel.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Branson, if you could please lead us in the pledge. I
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Next, we have the land acknowledgement. I'll be reading that today. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina. Next, minutes of previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to approve the minutes from the regular meeting on July 14, 2020, the special meeting on July 21, 2020, and the continued special meeting July 22, 2020.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on approval of the minutes? Is there any opposition of approval of the minutes? Seeing none, the minutes are approved. Next, we have the mayor's report. Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. I first want to thank the Assembly for the thoughtful discussion last night and for giving us the tools to navigate a worsening pandemic. I know that action was a recognition of how serious the situation is and a statement of trust in not just me, but in the team at the municipality. Since assuming this role, it has been my top priority to both listen to the public, our public health experts, and work alongside our business and nonprofit leaders who have borne the brunt of this pandemic. We will continue to do that. While we manage the public health crisis, the critical and essential functions of the municipality carry on. Tonight, I would like to briefly discuss two essential functions, both of which will impact the municipality now and into the future: the Port of Alaska and the proposed 2021 budget. Last Friday, I visited the Port of Alaska and got to witness the progress we're making firsthand. The port is one of the most important pieces of infrastructure in the state. It is the state's primary inbound cargo facility, handling half of Alaska's inbound fuel and freight, which 90% of Alaska residents depend upon. Building a 21st century port is a massive undertaking, but we are well on our way with the help of the Assembly. We are on budget and on schedule, and I'm happy to report that the work done at the port this summer generated 80 full-time jobs. I would also like to comment briefly on the proposed budget. The past few years have brought significant fiscal challenges to Anchorage. State funding, which in the 1980s accounted for over 40% of the municipality's revenue, has continued to plummet. It now accounts for less than 1% of our revenue. Yet the need for the municipality to provide reliable services to make our city safe and functional still very much exists. The administration has worked with the Assembly to consistently produce a balanced budget that prioritizes our most essential services. By maintaining a AAA bond rating, the municipality has been a bedrock of fiscal stability for the Anchorage economy at a time when the state has failed to provide that certainty. As we combat a pandemic and continue to see declining state funding for necessary services, the 2021 proposed budget for the municipality remains balanced. It prioritizes public safety, public health, and community well-being. And it will ensure that the municipality can maintain its bond rating and serve as a source of stability to strengthen our economic recovery. Approximately half of the budget is dedicated to police and fire departments. The investment in public safety has paid off. Since last year, we have seen crime rates drop across the board. The proposed budget maintains these investments and recognizes that now more than ever, our public health system is critical for a strong and safe community. We propose continuing police and fire academies and increasing the capacity of the Anchorage Health Department to, among other things, respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. Aside from the additional investment in public health and safety, the proposed budget is essentially flat compared to previous years. Other increases are due to rising labor and healthcare costs and the need for the municipality to cover costs traditionally handled by the state. Municipal government provides the services that most closely touch people's lives. This budget will not only ensure that we'll keep our streets plowed and our officers on duty, but continues to position Anchorage as a place that will attract businesses and families for years to come. I look forward to the discussion with you all this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Next, we have the Assembly Chair's report. A few things. First, Christy Tanaka, if you could raise your hand. So Christy is here. She is an aide to the Assembly and is here if you need any assistance throughout the meeting as we are conducting our business. She is happy to help. Second is on COVID-19 rules. I like to reiterate these at the beginning of the meeting. So there are two simple rules for both this chamber and the Wilda Marston, but one is face masks and face coverings, requirement to wear those at all times, unless you are coming to speak at the podium, in which case you can take it off at the podium. Someone had asked me earlier why these first couple of rows are taped off, and that is exactly why, to continue to allow folks to take off their mask at the podium. Then a second rule is physical distancing, and I appreciate folks doing that both in the aisle and where you are seated. Second is rules on decorum. I've gone through these in previous meetings, so I'm not going to do that again, other than to state if anyone's interested in reading the rules of decorum for the chambers, you can see them on the yellow posts on the wall if you want to take a look at those. All right, so for the remainder of the Assembly Chair's report, which might go a little longer today, I'm going to be turning it over to first Mr. Gates, then Ms. Vogel, to talk about an inquiry which came in earlier today regarding the vote we took yesterday to extend the emergency declaration, and in particular a charter provision and some questions and interpretation of that charter provision. So with that, I will go ahead and start with Mr. Gates, turn it over to Ms. Vogel, and then we can go into any additional discussion as needed.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you. So you asked me to speak to this question about whether the vote last night was legitimate, and I understand that the I guess the allegation that was forwarded is that perhaps it was not properly noticed, or that the vote should have been a higher threshold than majority, or that a resolution was not the appropriate vehicle. Excuse me, I should put up what that says there. Well, I just wanted to, I guess, explain my take on these, whether it was legitimate or not. So the charter has some language regarding emergency ordinances that require a 3/4 vote in order to pass an emergency ordinance, and some people questioned whether that should apply here. And I guess there may be a legitimate argument about that. And I sort of see this in two ways. There's following the literal language of the charter and code, and I think that that was complied with here. And then there's also a question of, well, due process and more overriding legal perspectives of whether the extending an emergency for 10 months is really legitimate or not. And that's the spirit of the charter and its definition of emergency and the spirit of how emergency should be handled. So the spirit of the charter and law, as opposed to literal reading of them, are the two, I guess, competing sort of arguments I see here. So with that said, the literal requirements of charter for an emergency declared by the mayor is that the assembly may declare that the emergency no longer exists, and that's in the charter section 5.02D. It's one last phrase in that section. that the mayor can declare an emergency, has the powers of a peace officer, and so forth. And the assembly by resolution, and it says that in the charter, by resolution can declare the emergency does not exist. So we have the opportunity to do that by resolution last night and some other resolutions proposed by members in the past. And we also have in code that says that when there's a proclamation of emergency, it lasts 48 hours, but that it terminates after 48 hours, but it, end quote, may be extended for such additional periods of time as determined necessary by resolution of the assembly. So the literal language of the charter and code allows that action by resolution. It does not specify what the vote threshold should be, and if it's not specified, then it's majority vote, and that's the common interpretation of when there's a supermajority or greater threshold required. If it's not said, then it's majority. So we have the other provision about emergency ordinances. And again, this was a resolution last night voted on, not an ordinance, so that's not the literal application. But emergency ordinances require a 3/4 vote. And again, we maybe see that the definition of emergency in charter is an unforeseen circumstance or condition, and people may argue, and there's, I guess, some legitimacy to the argument that 10 months going, we've learned so much about COVID-19, how it affects us and our population, and how it spreads, how to contain that, how to address infections, contact tracing, and so forth and so on. So why is there a need for unforeseen circumstance? It's not unforeseen any longer, is what some people might argue, and therefore doesn't fit the definition of emergency in charter. And so I mention that because that's sort of the spirit of the charter and code of what it is, and that might be a legal analysis. So today, yesterday, we're in a political arena where our political leaders, elected officials, vote based on the arguments they hear. So it's a political decision at this point that could be brought to a court of law, and unless we have, I guess, a superseding decision of a court of law or an opinion that's controlling that tells us otherwise. We have the political decision of the body, which was a majority vote by resolution last night, following the literal language of our charter and code. So I can't stand up and say that that vote was illegitimate because of that possible good argument that it doesn't follow the spirit of charter and what an emergency is. I can't say that. I can't say that's a legitimate argument, but it didn't win in the political arena we're in. Maybe it win in court. I don't know. We haven't seen that yet. So I think that hopefully addresses the question you asked.
Thank you. Next, I'll go to Ms. Vogel, and then we'll go to anyone in the queue for discussion. Ms. Vogel?
I'm sorry, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. So my conclusion is that the charter does not provide for emergency ordinances as the way of ending or extending a declaration, and nor does code. And therefore, the supermajority requirement that would apply if we were doing an emergency ordinance does not apply to this particular decision.
Thank you. All right, so first in the queue, I have Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you bringing this up early so that we could deal with it as quickly as possible. I am the member that brought this up, and one of the reasons why I did was because, I definitely watched the charter. It's the directions by which we are told we have to govern by. And the interesting part about the charter is that the third thing in the charter after the name of the municipality and the boundaries that are specified is the Citizens' Bill of Rights. So the very beginning of the Citizens' Bill of Rights says that this charter guarantees rights to the people of Anchorage that are in addition to rights guaranteed by the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Alaska. Among these rights guaranteed by this charter are and there are several, but you get down to number 12, and it says, among the rights guaranteed by this charter is the right of immunity from emergency ordinances. Now, that's a pretty strong statement right there, because obviously there was a sense at the very beginning of the language of this charter, which the people of this community, for the most part, had an opportunity to vote for when it was initially became a chartered municipality. But the right of immunity from emergency ordinances. So in other words, there was such a strong sense that the people had to have this guaranteed right that it is basically the 14th thing mentioned in the entire charter. And of course it goes on to say, unless adopted by affirmative votes of all assembly members present and voting. So I suspect that that had a lot to do with the time when people had to be present. You know, of course we do a lot online now. But the point is it had to be adopted by all the members present and voting, or, there was an exception, 3/4 of the total membership. That's a pretty specific number, 3/4 of the total of membership. I don't know how you ignore that. I don't know how you decide that the Bill of Rights and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage is so insignificant that you can now determine that the thought was, well, we didn't really mean declarations of emergency. Well, interestingly enough, there is no other verbiage in the charter that basically says an ordinance is anything different than a resolution. We actually don't have emergency ordinances. We have resolutions, we have orders, and we have the declaration. So from the very beginning, there was a sense that the people needed to be protected against some kind of order that might have gone against what was being guaranteed to them by the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Alaska. But the Assembly had the ability to override that if they do this one thing. And that one thing is if they would if all those present and voting would adopt it by an affirmative vote, or if at least 3/4 of that total membership did the same thing. So last night's vote, we had 7 members that voted for it. If you look at us as a full assembly of 11 members, 3/4 of that would be 8.2. So therefore, that means you would need 9 votes. Because we're a membership of 10 now, 3/4 is 7.5, which means we need more than 7, because you can't have half a person or half a vote. So you have to have more than that 7.5, obviously, to make a full person. So we need 8 votes. So the interesting part about all this is as we have done a lot of this extensions over the last several months, if you look back at how we voted, every vote for the extension has had at least 9 votes. So we've never had to cross this potential question of this threshold of the number of required votes. The very first declaration we passed unanimously. The one after that started dropping off a little bit. I think the next one was 10-1. After that it was 9-2. We had a couple of 9-2 votes. The one that we did last month, I actually voted for because of an amendment I made to the declaration, and that passed by 10-1. So this is the first time that we have ever actually been lower than that threshold that is so important, because we recognize that there is a duty by the Assembly and by the executive branch itself to guarantee and to protect the rights of the people that we are supposedly serving. So I would submit to you that we are actually required, to vote this through with the appropriate number of votes, and last night's vote did not do that. So I think there are ways to obviously deal with this, and I would suggest that that would be the next step. But for right now, as it stands, that vote last night was not enough to affirm that we were enough of us in support of this extension of the declaration of this emergency ordinance. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before I go to the next person in the queue, for folks who are standing in the aisle waiting for initial audience participation, you don't have to stand. I'm going to invite you to take a seat. I will make sure that we have enough time to hear from the 4 folks that we have in the line right now. I don't know how long this is going to take. Mr. Constant.
All of that would be really great if, in fact, we passed an ordinance last night. We did not. In the code, it states, actions requiring an ordinance. In addition to other actions which require an ordinance, the Assembly shall use ordinances to adopt or amend administrative code, levy taxes, authorize borrowing of money, grant, renew, or extend a franchise, regulate the rate charged by a public utility, provide for a fine or other penalty, or establish rule or regulation for the violation of which a fine or penalty is imposed, adopt or amend zoning or similar land use control measures, convey or lease or authorize the conveyance or lease of an interest in lands of the municipality. Emergency ordinances, section 1003. In case of an emergency, an ordinance may be introduced and adopted at the same meeting. An emergency ordinance shall contain a finding that an emergency exists and a statement of the facts constituting the emergency. An emergency ordinance is adopted upon the affirmative vote of the members, as you stated. The document that came before us and the vote that you were not in the majority in, Ms. Kennedy, was a resolution extending the emergency based on the charter and the code. So, while I understand it's better to have more votes, and I wish we had had one more vote than we did, and I'm glad we took that vote last night because we dispatched the question until a resolution repeals that or somebody takes it to court, which is their right. That's where due process plays. At this point, the decision has been made. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to Ms. Vogel, so we'll go ahead and go through as many folks want to speak right now. I'm happy to come back to this question after we take our regular 20-minute break after the consent agenda in case we are not ready to take action at this time if folks feel like they need more time to think on any motions that they want to make. Ms. Vogel? Ms. Vogel, we can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. I wanted to address the comment about sort of the Bill of Rights and what it's talking about. I read it to be talking about emergency ordinances, which are this one unique thing that's mentioned in the Bill of Rights as being the only time that the Assembly can pass an ordinance without having the very important right of the public to be heard and have notice. So number 10 in the Bill of Rights is the right to be heard at public hearings prior to adoption of any ordinance. I've skipped some of the other things that you also have a right to public hearing for. And then it says, except an emergency ordinance as defined herein. And so that's why I think that there's this special call out of a right to be immune from emergency ordinances. It's a special thing that's being passed that there was no notice to the public about and no right of public hearing. And there's also a time limit on emergency orders. On emergency ordinances, they expire in 60 days. That's just an entirely different animal than what happens here. And the Charter also talks to us about emergency powers. And it says there, this is an emergency power vested in the mayor. The Assembly has the power by resolution, not mentioning ordinances of any kind, let alone emergency ordinances, to stop it. And similarly, we've got provisions in code that talk about the Assembly's ability to act by resolution on the emergency declaration that's issued by the mayor. So this just isn't addressing the lack of public hearing in an ordinance issue that applies with emergency ordinances. They're not the same. They're not the same thing. Here you've got an act of a declaration of emergency. It's using executive power, and then you've got ratification by the Assembly and no requirement that ratification happen through a supermajority vote. So my interpretation is that what the Assembly did last night was properly identified as a resolution, and that there is therefore no special rules that apply only to emergency ordinances governing the number of votes needed.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks to either Mr. Gates or Ms. Vogel. What is a supermajority of the Assembly now? Do we have 11 members to count or 10?
Supermajority, is commonly referred to as 2/3, and that requires, that requires 8 votes to pass as well. It's interesting that it works out to the same as 3/4, just the way the fractions work when you have 11.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move to reconsider AR 2020-398, and if I can get a second, I'll explain why.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Constone, on your point of order.
I believe that the time has passed by which it would be legal to make such a motion.
I will confer with the clerk on that. Okay. We're going to take a short break so I can address this point of order. All right, we're going to go ahead and get back to business. So based on advice from the clerk, I am advised that the motion is in order.
Second. Mr. Chair, before we proceed, I would like to understand the rationale.
Sure. Madam Clerk.
Through the chair, the code on reconsideration says that a motion to reconsider a vote may be made only by a member who voted on the prevailing side and seconded by any other member of the assembly. The motion must be made and seconded during the meeting at which the action to be reconsidered was taken, or by written notification to the municipal clerk within 24 hours of the adjournment of the meeting by the moving party and second. So it appears that we need a written motion, but it is timely.
Thank you. All right, so I heard a second from Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Perez-Verdia, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, and if you need me, I can send it to you in writing. Yesterday when we passed this, it was made clear that Ms. Kennedy had an amendment that she had planned on bringing forward, and I felt like that it was important that we gave her an opportunity to bring that amendment to the floor. I just want to be clear that this move to reconsider has nothing to do with the previous conversation about whether or not the vote was valid or not. This is solely to give Ms. Kennedy the opportunity to bring an amendment forward for the body to consider. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So for the public and the members, a yes vote on this motion will mean that the item is back before us. A no vote will mean that the last vote we took stands. Is there any further discussion on the motion to reconsider?
Mr. Chair, I want to wait until I get the email from...
Sure. So we're going to take a short break until Mr. Perez-Verdia can email the written notification to the clerk.
Okay.
Can you confirm you received it?
I have not received it. Yeah, and Ms. Kennedy needs to,
For folks on the phone and others, we're still waiting for confirmation of the written notification. All right, we're going to go ahead and continue. We'll resume our business. So first, I have Mr. Weddleton in the queue.
Thanks. I guess to someone. So are we reconsidering the resolution as amended?
That would be right. In the
It comes back before you exactly as it was when it was approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. So for folks who didn't hear that, the item will be coming back before us in the form that it was approved. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to ask the acting mayor a direct question. And I'm going to, I'd like to ask you, Acting Mayor Quinn Davidson, if you could just answer this on your own, not with legal opinion or legal advice, just complete transparency. Do you find that this is okay, and do you agree with what is being said tonight in regards to this issue and the Bill of Rights?
I agree with our attorneys. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to, hold on.
This document was an S, and they moved to reconsider, and they didn't clarify it. I want to clarify that they're reconsidering.
So the clerk would like to clarify if Mr. Perez-Verdia and Ms. Kennedy are moving to reconsider the S version. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I am moving to reconsider the version that was approved last night.
Okay, that was the S version. Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I agree. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, because the other item really is dead, and it's not before anybody, so.
All right, with that, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. Peterson, on the motion to reconsider.
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar.
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow. Ms. Zolotow. Ms. Zolotel, is that you?
Yes, thank you, and I vote yes.
Okay.
That motion is approved 9-1. So we now have that item back before us. Ms. Kennedy, you had an amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move Kennedy Amendment Number 2. And I am assuming that's been emailed. If not, we certainly need to wait a minute. So thank you.
To the clerk, do we have the printed copies of it? All right, so we're going to take a short break until we get printed copies of that amendment.
Mr. Chair, we also need an
Move to
email now.
postpone to later in the meeting.
Yeah, we can change the order of the day to take this up later on in the meeting. I would say we take it up before 11A.
And I would second that, Mr. Chair.
Is there any opposition to that? So we would take this up before 11A.
That's Mr. Chair. Also, I have a copy of the resolution here, but others may not. I think it'd be helpful to have copies.
That would be a great idea.
Sure.
And could we ask Ms. Kennedy, I don't know where the amendment is, who's prepared it?
Sure, so we will go ahead and make sure that every member has a copy of the S version, and then, Ms. Kennedy, if you can make sure that the clerk's office has a copy of your amendment, we will take up this item when we get back from dinner break, before 11A. Thank you. All right, so next we have committee and liaison reports. I'm going to start on this side with Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock via Teams, the Committee on Homelessness meets. We'll be taking up 2 items. One is we'll be hearing about the reentry program and how individuals coming from corrections are found housing and services, as well as an update on the winter sheltering plan for the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No update tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Nothing.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing to report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No report tonight.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee of the Whole will meet this Thursday, November 19th, from 12 to 1 p.m. via Zoom. It's primarily our regular agenda, but also there will be an item on there to discuss a joint resolution with Matsu concerning the school bond debt reimbursement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Ethics and Elections Committee will be meeting Wednesday, November 25th at noon, and this is a virtual Teams meeting. Also, the Alaska Municipal League is holding their annual convention this week, and normally this convention would be held here in Anchorage in person, but it is unfortunately a virtual convention this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Allard.
Nothing to report.
Thank you. All right, moving on in our agenda, we next have the addendum. Actually, before we do that, I'm going to read our late on the table items. So we have mostly supplemental items that don't need a vote, but we do have one item that will require a vote to lay on the table. So I'm going to go ahead and read the supplemental items. So first we have Assembly Memorandum AM 641, 2020A, non-encumbering contracts to 17 contractors for as-needed information technology services for the Municipality of Anchorage Office of Information Technology. Next supplemental item we have is AO 2020-105S, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2021 general government operating budget. Next, we have another supplemental item, AO 2020-106S, an ordinance adopting the 2021 general government capital improvement budget. And then next, we have another supplemental, number 2020-351S, a resolution adopting the 2021-2026 General Government Capital Improvement Program. And last, we will need a motion and discussion and vote on this last one. It's an unnumbered AR, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly thanking Governor Dunleavy for calling Alaskans to action in the fight against COVID-19. Is there a motion to lay this item on the table?
Move to lay on the table.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. LaFrance, if you could provide the justification, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The justification for laying it on the table is that it is in response to the emergency message sent out last week by Governor Dunleavy, and we will not be meeting again until December. So just in the interest of a timely thank you to the governor, I am asking the members to consider including this in the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion to lay this item on the table? Seeing none, members may proceed. Oh, Mr. Perez-Verdia, on laying this item on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm curious. Do we normally use this body as a way to thank someone? I'm asking the sponsor about the appropriateness of this. Is this?
Mr. Perez-Verdia, if I may interrupt. So I think that is a better question asked during deliberation and not during the motion to lay this on the table. So if you would like to pull the item after it is laid on the table and ask that question, I think that would be more appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, members may proceed to vote to lay this item on the table.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
So that item is laid on the table, 10-0. Okay, so that completes our laid on the table procedure. Next, we have addendum to the agenda. Mr. Vice Chair?
Move to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items.
Moved and seconded. Excuse me. Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, that motion is approved. 1 second while I clarify something with the clerk. Would this item be 10-3 or would it be a 10-B1? Thank you. So I was just clarifying for the record with the clerk. So the laid on the table item by Assemblymember LaFrance is going to be numbered item 10A3. All right, moving on in our agenda, we now have appearance requests and initial audience participation. Before we begin, I'd like to move to suspend the rules to allow for, I believe I calculated 24 minutes of initial audience participation, or I'd like to request someone to make such a motion.
So moved.
And so just to clarify, that was a second by Ms. Kennedy. So the motion we have before us is to move to suspend the rules to allow for 24 minutes of initial audience participation, which I believe covers everyone that we have in the line. Is there any discussion on that motion? Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, then that motion is approved. So first we have a appearance request by Louis Imbriani. And for folks on the phone, if you please make sure that you are muted. I'm hearing a little bit of feedback. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Louis Imbriani. I'm a lifelong Anchorage resident, and I'd like to thank the members of the Assembly who took the time to respond to my email last week and ask clarifying questions. I would also like to thank Assembly members Kennedy, Allard, and Weddleton for their support on AR 2020-386. I requested this appearance because due to my work schedule, I'm not always able to attend Assembly meetings, and rather than give written testimony, I wanted to be heard. I'm here to say that a special election needs to take place due to what it states in the charter and due to the current circumstances that the city of Anchorage finds itself in. I'm not just here to whine, but here to help come up with solutions. I do not have all the answers, nor can I explain all my ideas in 3 minutes. The Anchorage Charter, Section 702C, contains verbiage, regular or special election. In this case, it is not a choice, and it most certainly is not the choice that is up to the Assembly to decide. The way the section is written is to allow for the additional wording to be available for implementation. Section 702 further states, if less than 90 days remain in the term, then when the vacancy occurs, the vacancy shall not be filled. This is when a regular election would take place. But that is not the case here. The vacancy occurred with 246 days left in the term. This length of time allows for the provision given in the section of the charter to take effect, and a special election shall occur. Because the vacancy did not happen with less than 90 days remaining in the term, it happened with more. I know that the language isn't abundantly clear. However, the language is very clear on filling a vacancy for an assembly member. Even though it's not outlined in the charter, for all intents and purposes, by appointing an assembly member to the position of acting mayor, you have created a vacancy in the assembly. While the vacancy occurred 2 weeks shy of the 6-month mark before the next regular election, it's not taking into consideration the transition period for the mayor's office. This transition period will stretch until June 30th, 2021, which is well beyond the 6-month mark as stated in the charter. The charter is part of the law of Anchorage. The charter gives the outline not only to the letter, but to the intent of the law. It's not just about understanding what the law says, but the proper implementation and application of it. The charter is clear. If there is a vacancy in the assembly for longer than 6 months, then there needs to be a special election within 60 days. This shows the intent of the authors was to fill the assembly seats quickly and not leave them vacant. There's nothing in the charter or code that says we cannot have a special election and then omit the mayor's office election from the regular election that is scheduled to take place on April 6, 2021. I took the liberty of outlining the special election and given a date that the new mayor would start that is based on the special election and regular election timelines as presented by the municipal clerk in the October 22nd, 2020 work session. This would allow the new mayor who is elected by the people to take the office after the special election, serve the remainder of the current term, and then automatically fill the next term. I have one paragraph. Can I continue?
Unfortunately, no, sir. Your time is up.
Okay. I urge the Assembly to make the motion, set the special election as the date outlined in the municipal clerk for the special election to take place. It is your duty to set the date and not your duty to...
Thank you for participating. Welcome. If you could press the yellow button, please. Thank you.
My name, well, first of all, I'm a beneficiary of the McKee Trust. My name is Charles McKee, and I'd like to point out that my first handout was Galatians chapter 4, all the way down to number 8, and I'd like to talk about the budget in relationship to my experience with law enforcement and the lack of report in the officer accurately displaying what happened 7th of July 2017. 2019. So he chases me into the hospital emergency room core center, and he says, he stops the proceedings. He says, I want to talk to you. And I said, I don't want to talk to you. He says, you were talking to me out on the street. I said, officer, I was under shock then, as well as now. Nothing could be used in the court of law considering that circumstances. Well, what's your social security card number? And I said, you know that's federal law not to ask that question for identification purposes. And I handed him my passport. And then I said to him, now get. And the surgeon leans over and writes 3 letters on this index finger, YES. And he left. We're in the surgery core center room. That discussion never made it into the police report, which then went to the judge to secure a citation for my arrest under a felony charge, because they had to have actionable multiple misdemeanors to get it up to a felony in order to do a statewide arrest on me pertaining to my animals. And this all took place in the Surgery Corps Center granted by Congress, financed by my trust account, the McKee trust account. Everybody, it's all based off of the credit account, Sestakay trust accounts. This economy is all run on that. And so for this corporate cop to deny on record what actually was said and recorded in the Surgery Corps Center.
Thank you for participating. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is still Christine Hill. And also, actually, Felix, you have 5 in the queue. A very fine lady actually allowed me to actually take her place tonight, and I want to thank you very much for that. And so last night was great. Well, it wasn't great at all. It was very distressing. I was up late because I just couldn't even sleep because I was so distressed. But this morning I was so happy because I have to thank all of you personally. I got a donation of $6,000 for Alaskans for Open Meetings. $6,000 from someone here in Anchorage. But you know what's more profound than that? The same night or the day before, I had a $25 donation from somebody who lives in a trailer court. In a trailer court. Felix, you're so correct. There is much more to this than the people here that you see before you. There are a lot of majority of people are not happy with what you guys are doing. But I thank you. The money is in fact flowing in. I've gotten money from Barrow, Big Lake, of course, most of it from Anchorage. But it's unbelievable. I was shocked this morning, happily shocked to see the 6,000. But there's even people that are living in trailers that gave 25, which is the greater. Perhaps it was the person that gave me the $25. So, and people that are signing the petition, the recall petition for you, Felix, some of them people are telling me they're sorry that they weren't paying attention, they're not voting, they blame themselves. Actually, not you. They blame themselves for not paying attention what has been going on in Anchorage until you made the decision to purchase those 3 buildings. People are very aware. People are very aware, and they are not happy. They are not happy. Again, I thank the lady in line, and you're doing us a lot of good. We need to raise a lot of money, and it was unbelievable. I was just tickled that I received $6,000 for Alaskans for Open Meetings. If anyone gives me money tonight too, I'm welcome. They're welcome to. It's alaskansforopenmeetings.com. You can donate there. You can also send checks in. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello. I'd like to address some comments that our acting mayor made. She said that Anchorage is mostly a progressive city. American progressives are anti-free speech. They brought us the cancel culture.
Sir, if you could state your name for the record, please.
Pardon?
Sorry, if you could state your name for the record.
Dean Cannon.
Thank you.
Can I start again?
I paused your time, so you're good.
Trigger a progressive and you lose your job. Progressives are triggered by many things like hats, the Pledge of Allegiance, the American flag. Progressives intimidate and assault people enjoying dinner. Progressives say rioting, looting, and murder are a justifiable means of change because silence is violence. American progressives now like to put people on lists. They do all this, and they say that others are the divisive ones. They say they want Sweden. Do any of you see this in Sweden? But relax. Austin says that she likes the rural experiences too, kind of like a ride at a theme park, I guess. Our beliefs are just like some ride you take for us backward folks. Recently, I heard that this assembly was notified of a white fragility training. And history buffs should know it's where people of a certain ethnicity are inherently evil or racist. If they deny it, it's simply proof of that. You may even be a Nazi if you disagree. That was my grandfather, William Pratt. Not long after that picture, he died fighting the Nazis. I wonder what you guys would like to think about his privilege, or mine. I'll wait afterwards if you'd like to say anything about it. God bless him. If you want to look at the future of Anchorage, look at some of the places you people fled or were educated in. Progressivism feeds off the prosperity of others. It advances on the backs of people who try to appease it. Progressives demand that you put down your beliefs to make way for their ignorance. Progressives are authoritarians in disguise. They are not Sweden, and we ignore them at great peril. And progressives are desperate to close those doors back there. George Orwell said this: "The further a society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it." So, do we have a right to question this failed ideology? I'd say we have a patriotic duty to do so, just like he did.
Thank you. I have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Mr. Cannon,
Yes.
who are your assembly members?
Well, it was Mrs. Quinn Davidson and I believe Perez Verdia.
Thank
but,
you.
But it's pointless emailing them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
No, I don't see any other questions. Thank you. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman, 43-year resident of Alaska, 20 of those years Anchorage resident, currently a Metro Valley resident. Well, focus right now is what's before you tonight, where you've closed public hearings last week, the budget. You're faced with a discussion on how you're going to deal with the budget for next year. This is a very difficult decision. And with all due respect, I'm concerned in recently the last 7 days of a meeting that occurred. You had a public hearing last week, respectfully, and there were 3 public hearings, and thank you for that. But as recently as Monday, less than 7 days, there was a special meeting, work session, dealing with new information coming from the administration, and new information, and such numbers and millions of dollars that I'm alarmed that such information coming at such a late time after public hearing and such a presentation should have occurred prior to the closing of the public hearing, so the public had that engagement. But you're faced to deal with that new information, and can you really honestly deal with that in such a way that you can close and approve the budget tonight? With all due respect, the information that came to you in very limited pages Monday should allow for you to continue public conversation and yourselves to what was presented and from the administration. So I encourage you not to approve the budget now and call into question and get that more information and questions and allow the public to have a chance to have that conversation with you. Second thing I would like to address is this, and I repeat, that I continue to be alarmed with the idea that you go against my proposal for a moratorium of all government employee contracts. The substantial amount of your budget rests with personnel costs. That can change as far as you do not allow for increasing those costs with pay increases and so forth. This is not the time for you to grant the employees an increased pay and benefits when today and tomorrow, employees of today are wondering if they have a job tomorrow. Businesses are wondering if they're going to be in business tomorrow. This is a time to do the right thing and be sensitive to the horror picture that's going on throughout Alaska and outside of Alaska and around the world of the unknown. So I leave you with that. And I'll stress one last thing, these words that were not caught, but some others caught it in my closing remarks, is those who are questioning the masks about the need, they're using freedom instead of responsibility. And I'll close with that. And I encourage you, just respectfully, that resolution with Dunleavy, please do not approve that tonight.
Welcome.
Michelle Wrightson, blue-collar worker. I am one of those people who had my rose-colored glasses on. I was blissfully enjoying life in Anchorage, going to festivals and complaining about how the tourists were so annoying, while all of you people somehow got in control. Then the COVID came along, and somehow I got these fingers around my neck, and they were just squeezing so tight. And that's when the rose-colored glasses were slapped off. So I watched as businesses go out of business and people suffer, all for the 1%, Mr. Riviera, that you want to save. Meanwhile, thousands of people are watching their loved ones suffer. When you say, oh, but wear a mask because you need to protect me, that is very selfish. The way I was raised is, after the earthquake, you check in on your neighbors. We pull together. Now, the earthquake is done. This is aftershocks. Now, as a people, as I was raised, we now need to pull into our circles, and we need to take care of our circles. And what you are doing is you're not allowing businesses or people to take care of themselves with all of your stupid emergency orders and freaking mask mandates. Okay? These masks, you're like, oh, just deal with it. Well, not everybody can. Personally, I don't even like to look at people anymore. I don't go anywhere. I go from work to home. I look at the ground when I go to the store because I don't like seeing nothing but eyeballs. It freaks me out. Okay? And I also have asthma, and I do a very physical job. But now, even if I'm by myself with one other person in a building, I have to put a mask on and not only use my personal filter right here doesn't work right. And now you're making me slap this rag on my face, and I'm trying to do my job, and it's getting wet, and it's getting frozen. You're not thinking about anybody but yourselves, because all you guys know is meetings, fundraisers, and luncheons. That's what you do for a living, okay? You need to just open up your minds. Come with me, come to work with me. Come haul 8,000 pounds of produce on a hand truck at 7 degrees with your crazy ass ideas of putting a rag on my face in addition to that. Anyways, I just, please come to your senses. I'm begging you. And that's what I have to say with that.
Thank you. I do have a question for you from Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Who are your assembly members?
My assembly member is Riviera and LaFrance, and they're both going to be gone at the next time they come up for election.
What district number do you live in?
I don't know. I'm over on Abbott behind Fred Meyer's.
Okay.
I'm just a truck driver doing the best I can.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, and thanks for having me. My name is Brenda Lutz, and I'm here to appeal to you about the yes vote on AR 2020-117 S1. I actually prefer that you go back to the S version. In reading the S1 version tonight, the only thing I would ask, I support it except for Section 1 says it shouldn't exceed $5,000. For those that are listening and don't know, this is an ordinance that will pass a tax relief for businesses that were impacted by the emergency orders earlier this year. So Section 1 says not to exceed $5,000. That's hardly enough for businesses that had to shut down for 30 days or more. In Section 2, you also advise a grant be written. And so if I understand that, what we're asking is that business owners need to apply for a grant that will allow them to have a tax relief of maybe $5,000. So I would just advise an S1 to Ms. Kennedy. If you can't strike those two tonight, then maybe let's have an S2. I have to say that the comments during the November 10th session on the S1 were a little mind-boggling. Some of you made the comment that this could be millions and millions of dollars. The expectation was that this might be $50 million. It's not to exceed 16%, which if I'm doing my math correctly, that's $8 million. I'm looking at a general fund that you're going to pass tonight of $511 million. So I don't see why there needs to be a burden to a different tax area when maybe you could just eliminate the $8 million somewhere in your operating budget that you want to pass for FY21. Otherwise, we all know that the businesses in Anchorage aren't having their best year, and so this isn't going to be gobs and gobs of money. I was born and raised in Anchorage, and I grew up in a small family business. I watched my parents go without income a few times because they had hard years. That's exactly what is happening in Anchorage today. My family and I have worked for the greats in Anchorage. I have 3 sisters. We all started working at age 14. We worked for Dick Sanchez, bless his heart, from Arctic Roadrunner. We worked for the Johnsons at the Peanut Farm. We worked for Mark and Lisa at Alaska Standard Roofing, and the Herring family at Construction Unlimited, the McDonald family at Arctic Waste. These are just some of the businesses that could use this tax relief. Also, like my parents, they had sleepless nights because they were afraid of having to lay off employees. I had been laid off when I was low income, and I tell you what, I had to decide what bills to pay. I also had nights where I was concerned that maybe my employer's paycheck might bounce. These are issues that are happening in Anchorage, so I encourage you to either change the S1 to different language or to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I actually have a question for you from Ms. Kennedy.
Oh, hi, Ms. Kennedy. Nice talking to you today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Lutz. I had a question in regard to what else you may have had the opportunity to apply for. You may not hear me there. I was just curious as to whether or not you were able to access any of the other business relief funds, either just from the municipality. Well, let's concentrate on the municipality. Were you able to access any of the business relief funds? And if you were, or altogether, what was your experience in trying to do that? Thanks.
That was a question to me, correct? We did try to access relief funds for the CARES Act, and I'm going to say I'm well educated and I serve in the IT world and I understand the application process and I've written grants. And the CARES Act grants we actually gave up because it changed probably 15 times between the 2 months that we applied for it and that it ended up expiring before we could get it. And I'm going to tell you, if I can't do that, I'm quite certain that some of the small business owners in the municipality, to ask them to apply for a grant for tax relief and then have to apply for tax relief, it seems like an inundating process. I think that might have answered your question. I personally, with my business, haven't had to apply for much other tax relief. We're pretty fortunate.
Yes, I appreciate that answer. Thank you. I think we've all had some frustrations with how some of the funding or the funds have actually gotten out, so I appreciate giving a little more perspective on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So when you said CARES Act funds, was that through a city program, or do you mean like the PPP or the federal stuff?
That was the PDP.
Okay, thanks.
Right. So the city grants, I've just never had to personally apply for those. I'm fortunate, and I have a great employer, and they've been able to keep me on so far.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Don't
All
see
right.
anyone else.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks. All right, so with that, we're going to go ahead and move on in our agenda to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items number 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. With that, I'm going to go ahead and go down the dais and see what items members would like to pull. I'm going to start with Ms. Allard.
I don't have anything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson, do you have items to pull? I'll come back to you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One item to pull, 10A3.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was that, Mr. France, was that the late on the table item you just pulled?
Correct.
Okay, then I have no other items. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Pull 10E9.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to pull item 10 Delta 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Yes, 10A1 and 10A2.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Rodilla.
My items have already been pulled. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel.
No items, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have items 10A, 1, 2, and 3, item 10D4, item 10E9. Are there any other items? Mr. Peterson? All right, I'm not hearing anything from you, Mr. Peterson. Okay, so seeing nothing else, Mr. Vice Chair. If I can get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Sorry, folks. Do roll for me, sort of. Move to approve the consent agenda item except for the removed items.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Is there any opposition? Okay, seeing none, that motion is approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. So if you're here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. All right, so we're going to go ahead and go through the items, starting with item 10A1, AR number 2020-400, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the 100th anniversary of Anchorage Incorporation. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second, Zalatel.
Moved and seconded. If folks on the phone, if you could please make sure that you're muted. Thank you. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'll be reading, and can we call Ms. Decker?
Hello, it's Julie.
Hi, Julie. I'm going to read the resolution now, so stand by.
Okay.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and celebrating the 100th anniversary of Anchorage Incorporation. Whereas Anchorage's development began in 1915 and continued through 1920 when Congress authorized construction of the only federally owned railroad in the nation's history. And on April 10, 1915, under President Woodrow Wilson, the route for the Alaska Railroad running from Seward to Fairbanks was decided. And whereas land near the mouth of Ship Creek, the site of Denina fish camps and hunting grounds, grew into Tent City, where the Alaska Engineering Commission began work on the Alaska Railroad by setting up a construction site. And whereas in April 1915, the federal government laid out and began to sell the first lots on a 240-acre town site, which replaced Tent City. And whereas at the time, the U.S. Post Office assigned the name Anchorage to the new town, and the establishment of the Anchorage Post Office firmly solidified the town's new name. And whereas on November 2nd, 1920, area residents voted in favor of incorporation. It was the moment when Anchorage transitioned from a government-run railroad base into a self-governing town. And on November 23rd, 1920, the Articles of Incorporation were signed, declaring Anchorage officially incorporated. And whereas over the last century, Anchorage has evolved and grown into the largest city in Alaska that continues to offer opportunity, adventure, and community for those who choose to call it home, while honoring the Denina land and heritage on which Anchorage was built. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly celebrates November 23, 2020, the 100th anniversary of the incorporation of Anchorage and the continued progress and successes of the last century, passed and approved by Anchorage Assembly the 17th day of November, 2020. Just love to hear your thoughts, Ms. Decker.
Thank you for the historic recognition of the city of Anchorage, and thank you also for acknowledging that we reside on Denina land and for the land acknowledgement. And I also thank them for their stewardship.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Decker. All right, we're going to move on to item 10A2. AR number 2020-411, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 20, 2020 as Transgender Day of Remembrance. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Zalatel.
Moved and seconded. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that item is approved. Who's reading, who's presenting?
I'll be reading again.
Okay.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing November 20th, 2020 as Transgender Day of Remembrance. Whereas Transgender Day of Remembrance is an annual observance on November 20th that honors the memory of transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive people around the world whose lives have been lost to anti-trans violence. And whereas the Transgender Day of Remembrance was established by Gwendolyn Ann Smith in 1999 to honor Rita Hester, a transgender woman of color who was killed in 1998, and other transgender people whose lives were lost to anti-trans violence. And whereas Transgender Day of Remembrance provides a forum for the transgender community and allies to raise awareness of the threat of violence faced by transgender people and the prejudice and discrimination that they face in their daily lives. And whereas, according to the Human Rights Campaign, at least 35 of these murders occurred within the United States. Whereas violence against transgender people, particularly Black, Indigenous, and Latina transgender women of color, is a rapidly escalating, systematic, and societal issue that we must collectively commit to ending. And whereas transgender people experience discrimination and are disproportionately affected by hate crimes, violence, high levels of unemployment, homelessness, and barriers to accessing adequate quality health care. And whereas we recognize and honor the bravery and resilience of all transgender people who live, work, and play in Anchorage as their authentic selves. And whereas the Gender Expansive Community of Anchorage will be hosting a Transgender Day of Remembrance observance on November 20th, 6 to 9 p.m., now held virtually in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, where our community will remember and honor those transgender, non-binary, and gender-expansive people whose lives have been lost to violence. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves to recognize November 20th, 2020 as Transgender Day of Remembrance, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 17th day of November, 2020.
Welcome.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would like to thank the Assembly for inviting me and other members of my community here today, and for your unwavering support of the trans, non-binary, and gender-expansive communities. It's the message you convey like this, and through the much-needed protections extended that work to combat violence and discrimination against the most vulnerable of us. Yet still, Transgender Day of Remembrance serves as yet another reminder of the ongoing need for continued allyship in supporting my trans siblings in their fight for equal rights and their lives. I would like to use this platform and opportunity to convey that while these messages are gravely important, we still have much work to do here and across the state of Alaska. In our state, and in many states across the nation, conversion therapy is still legal, the gay and trans panic defense is still defensible, and disproportionate economic, housing, and medical discrimination is legal. In order to end the murder and suffering of my trans siblings, we must work together in order to serve and protect the most vulnerable of our communities. Thank you. And I'd like to offer the chance for my colleague to speak.
Thank you, Assembly, for this commemoration. I'm Laura Carpenter, Executive Director at Identity, and one of the organizers of Transgender Day of Remembrance with the Gender Expansive Community of Anchorage. This event is a time of grieving and a time of mourning. On Friday night, we will read the names of 350 people who were killed this year to anti-transgender violence around the world, including more than 30 here in the United States of America. While it is a time to mourn the loss of these lives, I also want to take the time to celebrate the lives and all that transgender people bring to our communities and the light that we have every single day, despite facing a daily onslaught of microaggressions, assaults, and discrimination against us. I really appreciate you taking this time to honor transgender and gender-expansive people and recognize both our light and our struggles. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item we have before us is unnumbered AR, resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly thanking Governor Dunleavy for calling Alaskans to action in the fight against COVID-19. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd like to offer an amendment.
Actually, my apologies. I got a little bit out of order. So Ms. LaFrance, you pulled this item. Did you want to speak to it first?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, thanks to the body for voting in support of laying this resolution on the table. I apologize for the late submittal. And there was language, and I believe Mr. Weddleton's amendment will speak to it, that I accidentally cut out of here that also included actions of social distancing, wearing masks, and keeping social circles small. And I believe Mr. Weddleton is going to address that with his amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. I'd like to offer an amendment, and that's to add a few words to line 31. So after the word masks, add a comma, washing hands, and watching our distancing.
Second.
Okay.
Did you get
Moved
that,
and
Barbara?
seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Weddleton. If you could repeat it one more time.
Okay. So line 31 would read, masks, comma, washing hands, and watching our distancing. will help businesses stay open, protect healthcare workers, and will help enable schools to safely reopen.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
Mr.
yeah. You know, it's just, you know, I mean, masks are part of the package, and the other things, washing hands and social distancing and so are generally considered other aspects of it, and in combination is where we really get the benefits. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia, did you want to speak on this amendment?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson? Okay. Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
We're going to take a short break before we finalize the vote. Yeah, this is Felix. So can you confirm what line you're calling? Hey, can you hear me? Okay, great. Can you confirm what line you're calling into? Okay, and so you are unmuted when you're speaking? Yeah, we did. Yeah, I don't think so. Is there another phone that you can call from? Could you try that? Okay. Thank you.
I did check with Forrest, and we did some tweaks, and he said the sound was fine.
Okay. Was Forrest able to hear Pete?
I just got a message that Bill heard Pete.
Right, which is, he's on the right line.
He
It's
is
just
now.
weird.
He is now. He wasn't before. Desiree called him and got him to change lines.
Mr. Peterson, are you on the line? That might be him. Mr. Peterson, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Great. Thank you so much.
Mr. Peterson, how do you vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment to amend the AR thanking Governor Dunleavy by adding the terms mask, washing hands and social distancing?
That's a yes.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
That amendment is approved 9-1. We're now on the main motion.
Mr. Dunbar had a motion.
Mr. Chair, I have another amendment.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
I move Dunbar Amendment number 1, which was emailed out to everyone. I guess it wasn't actually numbered. It would insert language after, on page 1, line 43. It would, and everyone should have this in their inbox, just to read it, it would state, the Assembly furthermore urges the Governor to issue a statewide mask mandate to supplement the municipality's own order, and asks that he work with our congressional delegation and the outgoing President to quickly pass a second round of COVID disaster economic relief, which is so desperately needed by our residents.
Second.
Second, Zalatel.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar, you can speak to it.
Yeah, I'll just briefly speak to it. So in North Dakota this week, they passed a grim milestone. 1 in 1,000 people in North Dakota has now died of COVID-19. They have taken this very laissez-faire approach. And so last Friday, the conservative Republican governor issued a mask mandate statewide and also imposed limits on the size of gatherings. As we talked about yesterday, there is ample evidence, including studies posted by the CDC, that demonstrate that mask mandates help reduce the spread of the virus. It is crucial that a statewide mask mandate go into effect for Anchorage, because so many folks travel in and out of Anchorage, and of course we are where a lot of people get their medical care. For the second part of the amendment, I believe that there is no real way to stop the spread of this virus without significant economic relief that will allow certain businesses to temporarily close. And the only entity with the financial resources that could allow that to happen is the federal government. And even if you don't believe that those kind of policies would slow the spread of the virus, it is undeniable that Americans and Alaskans and the residents of Anchorage have been negatively impacted by this virus, and particular industries have been devastated. And so I hope that our congressional delegation and our current president will work to pass a second COVID relief bill, and I know that our governor works closely with both our congressional delegation and the president, and indeed often has staff that go to or work with Washington, D.C. So that's why I believe that should also be included in this resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
I think much of what Mr. Dunbar offers here may be true, but we have an amendment here which is very simply, thank you. That's a good thing. We've had amendments or resolutions that generally were oppositional to the governor, and I really like this one because it makes a nice point, and it just says simply, thank you. So I don't support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Presberdia, I know you're in the queue for the main motion. Did you want to speak to this?
Yes, I would. I am in support of this amendment. I was confused by why we would put forth a resolution simply to say thank you. I think that this gives some clear sort of recommendations and guidance, as well as acknowledges the work of the governor. So I think this is a much more useful message for us to be sending that ultimately is intended to benefit the citizens of Anchorage, which is our role. So I think it's important for us to recognize what the governor has done so far, but I think it's also important, if we're going to do that, to also provide some recommendations in terms of next steps that we feel would be important for the people that we serve. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Constant? guess Mr. Constant's here. Sorry, Mr. Constant. Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 6-4. We're now back on the main motion. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
I just urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Go ahead, Mr. Wilson.
Can you show us Mr. Dunbar's amendment in full? I didn't, just the first couple lines were in there.
Sure.
Should be on your screen.
Yeah.
Oh, you can do that? Oh,
There it is.
thanks. All right, never mind.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the main motion to approve.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. Next, we have item 10D4. AM 641-2020, non-encumbering contracts to 17 contractors for as-needed information technology services for the Municipality of Anchorage, Office of Information Technology. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Can I clarify that that was for the A version?
Yes.
Okay, would the second please agree? Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy, you pulled this item?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I did. I want to move to postpone this until we have better clarification on what's what. This is well, maybe I should wait until to see if there's a second on that.
Do you have a date certain on your motion?
I think the next meeting, which I don't know when that is,
December
but
8th.
I'm sure our clerk does.
It's December 8th.
Second.
Okay, so let's say till December 8th.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Aller. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concerns about this is a very large contract, $51 million. I do appreciate the responses that I've gotten back from Ms. Susie Marshall and some of the people who've been trying to answer some of these questions, but there's really a lot in here that is unanswered. There's quite a bit that, well, the mistakes I know, some of those were created in the, or corrected in the recent memo that was sent, but there's still a lot of loose ends and there's still some contradictions, so I would really like to see those straightened up and fixed so that we have a document that we really know what we're asking for and what we're getting for, or what we're getting. I think overall there were contracts that were being let for based on skill sets that from vendors that the IT department was looking for. A lot of that isn't really specified in terms of what exactly they'll be doing with these contracts. So I think that's something that we might want to look at just in terms of making sure that we have some specificity and in regard to what the municipality is looking for and requiring. I noticed that there's still a question as to whether or not we need guarantees in these contracts for U.S.-based services due to the U.S. laws on data security. Mr. Haddon's memo said that there were contracts for cameras and data, but Ms. Marshall said that this was actually only for expertise, so I just want us to clarify, put down really what that is for, and make sure that we answer that question about whether or not we need these guarantees in our contracts. Another issue, I thought it was rather interesting that we needed expertise from Peloton. So I guess I have some questions about really the value of who we're asking to contribute their expertise in some of these contracts. Another big one was there was language in one of the memos, I think it was Mr. Haddon's that was dated yesterday, talks about there being 20 contracts that could be let in this, with this big contract, 20 different contracts with different vendors, each of those being 3-year contracts and up to $3 million each. So now does that mean the contract's actually a $60 million contract? Again, we need to really nail down what we're asking for here and the numbers that are supposed to be in these contracts. So I would just ask that maybe we take some time to look at this again, get things nailed down a little bit better, figure out some of these loose ends, and maybe correct some of the contradictions and really provide some more clarification and specificity before we decide to spend $51 million. So I would just ask to postpone. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to hear from the administration of what the impact postponement will have. Thank you.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, we have no problem postponing until the next meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question was already asked.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-0, so that'll be back before us on December 8th. Next, we have item 10E9, AR number 2020-410, resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $80,000 as a supplemental grant from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund for the Aging and Disability Resource Center in the Anchorage Health Department. Mr. Weddleton?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Second.
And I'm happy to speak to it.
Oh. Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. So this is at the request of the administration. Apparently there's a new version coming of this item that will be coming forth. I don't know if it's going to be on December 8th. Okay, on December 8th. So that is the purpose for postponing indefinitely. Seeing no further discussion, is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, then that motion is approved. And that completes our consent agenda. So with that, we will take a 20-minute break. When we come back, we will be on the item that was considered. should have a copy of the S version that was approved, as well as an amendment that the clerk's office hasn't had time to incorporate that was also approved.
A point of order.
Yes, Mr. Weddleton?
So I also had a short amendment that we approved that it's not in here.
Which amendment is it?
Yes.
So the verbal amendments we don't print, so that would be not incorporated as well.
So I should redo that?
No.
Oh, I see.
It just hasn't been incorporated yet.
Oh, okay.
So it was approved, just not yet incorporated. Yeah. Okay. So with that, we have an amendment here to consider from Assembly Members Kennedy and Allard. Is there a motion?
Motion to move.
Okay, I have a move to approve from
I
Ms.
move to
Allard.
approve. Thank you.
Is there a second? Are folks on the phone there?
Can we confirm that we have everyone on the phone? Mr. Peterson? Mr. Dunbar, are you with us on the phone?
Is it muted or what's going on?
Mr. Dunbar, are you with us on the phone?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
And Mr. Peterson, are you with us on the phone?
Yes, I am.
Great. So right now what we have on the floor, we have a motion to approve Kennedy-Allard Amendment number 2. I need a second for this motion.
Second.
Thank you. Oh, is there a motion to approve? Yeah. Got it. So the clerk advises me that we need a new motion to approve the item. Is there a motion to approve?
I move AR 2020-398S.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Allard. All right, so now we're going to go back to the amendments. So we have a motion and a second for the amendment. Who would like to speak to the amendment?
Mr. Chair, I would.
Go ahead.
Oh, and thank you. And give me a second here because I'm still trying to make sure that I've got the document in front of me. Okay. This is a pretty important amendment considering what's at stake and for a lot of the reasons from about last night's testimony and the kind of feedback that we're getting from the community. But this amendment basically helps provide the necessary parameters for the declaration of emergency that allows the muni to do its job and also while balancing the powers of government with the well-being of our people and gets us back on track with some of the intent of the original language that was in the original declaration. When we first passed the declaration, we used the language, as you'll see in the purpose and summary of amendments, we used the language that the mayor may implement any orders necessary to prevent the transmission of infectious disease and to ensure that all cases of contagious disease are subject to proper control and treatment. This language was tracks with the code language that was adopted by AO 2020-34S, which passed by the Assembly on March 24th, 2020. That was that was the original declaration. And that enacted the new AMC section 3.80.065 that was specific to the public health emergencies, like the one we're experiencing now, but not entirely or exactly. The purposes statement in the subsection of 3.80.065A stated in full The protection of persons during a state of public health emergency, the mayor may use every means reasonably necessary to prevent the transmission of infectious disease and to ensure that all cases of contagious disease are subject to proper control and treatment. The mayor shall be cognizant of and protective of individual civil liberties. So this last part is what many residents of Anchorage feel has been ignored, and we've heard a lot of that through the testimony that we've seen, through the emails we've got, phone calls we've gotten. So it's true that to a certain extent we've lost sight of some of the clarifying language in the code when the original emergency declaration, since all these additional emergency declarations have been extended. So the original proclamation did include more language that demonstrated that the mayor's intent to employ a more limited, measured response than the restrictive emergency orders limiting individual civil liberties. So just going on, whereas without emergency powers, available municipal infrastructure resources will be inadequate to cope with the consequences of a COVID-19 outbreak and its resultant effects on the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Anchorage. So the proclamation in paragraphs 3 and 4 relate to the municipal response and what is needed to respond for COVID-19, a waiver of procurement rules in the Anchorage Municipal Code for the acquisition of supplies, equipment, services, personnel, fuel, or food. So the mayor and the Emergency Operations Center could implement the Comprehensive Emergency Operation Plan and the ability to use all the MOA's resources and personnel, allowing the mayor to transfer or alter their function for the purpose of performing or facilitating performance measures responsive to this emergency. So the specifics identifying acquisition and personnel needs were understandable in light of the intentions in the whereas statements to ensure that municipal infrastructure and resources were adequate to handle the anticipated high rate of infections in the epidemic. But the overall sentiments from the proclamation did not foreshadow the attack and limitations on business autonomy, a hunker down and closure emergency order, and direct restrictions on individual civil liberties. So this amendment is intended to bring back the expressed original intents of the proclamation, to support the MOA infrastructure and resources, but also preserve individual civil rights. So this puts parameters on the extension of that declaration of emergency. So the amendment itself says that in Section 2, which would be kind of a renumbering of those sections, the acting mayor may implement only those orders reasonably necessary to prevent the transmission of infectious disease and to ensure that all cases of contagious disease are subject to proper control and treatment. The type of emergency orders allowed are those that apply to the maintenance, management, and administrative functions of the municipality and are not in violation of the protections provided by the Bill of Rights of the People of Anchorage, as stated in the Anchorage Charter, Article 2, nor would rescind or limit the operational permitting of any business that is legally licensed within the municipality of Anchorage, excluding those remedies specified in code for violation of that license. In issuing any future emergency orders, the acting mayor may be cognizant of, or shall be cognizant of, and protective of individual civil rights and liberties as originally intended in the original ordinance and in the newly adopted code. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to answer some questions.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
I want to zero in on this language, nor would rescind or limit the operating permit of any business that is legally licensed within a municipality, excluding those remedies specified in code. So no masks, or no mask mandates, and no shutdowns in the case of a business that has a major health breakout. No restrictions on anybody outside of the municipal government's employ. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zolotel?
May I comment on that, Mr. Mayor? Oh, sorry.
I can put you back in the queue, sure. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, what Mr. Constant has highlighted is really at the crux of my question, which is, what is the intent of the sponsors in terms of current emergency orders or past emergency orders that would no longer be permissible if this amendment were to pass? Thank you.
Ms. Kennedy, do you want to take a crack at that one?
Sure, thank you. I think the intent behind this is that we would try to let everybody operate according to the best practices that we've all had pretty much drilled into our heads, but we wouldn't go to the point of having the government try to require our businesses to become enforcement police on mask wearing. I think that's one of the dangers that we see happening. People don't necessarily understand when they walk into a store whether or not somebody must have a mask on or whether or not that person actually complies without a mask because they have an exemption. So I think there's the restrictions that we try to place on people has actually become the businesses that have to enforce it, and that's really not fair. And I think the other thing is we have so much influx, I guess, from communities outside of our community. We have people coming from outside of our community that impact our businesses, or they choose to go elsewhere because of some of the things that are impacting our businesses and our community. So they just choose to go in places where the restrictions aren't so bad, or aren't so tight, I shouldn't say bad. But anyway, I think what that tends to do then is we are inadvertently sacrificing our own financial stability and our own economic health in this community when we do some of these things. But I absolutely believe that when we had businesses that were deciding on their own to do mask mandates, people were respecting that, and those that didn't had reasons to do that. And we still have exemptions even in the mask mandate now for those businesses. I think the other part of this is, we don't want to see businesses shut down again. We know that that's just too harsh of a restriction, and we know what kind of fallout we get from that, and it's going to take us long enough to recover anyway. So this just puts us in a place where businesses can decide to do as they please in regard to the mask mandate. Certainly people have the ability to not go to certain businesses if they don't like those kinds of restrictions. So anyway, this is kind of the best of both worlds in providing that balance between making sure that the municipality has the ability to collect supplies, equipment, move personnel around, do those kinds of functions that are really important to the function of the municipality, yet not infringe on the well-being of people who are, who are our residents. So.
Thank you. Anything else, Ms. Salatel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate hearing Ms. Kennedy's perspective. Could I also get the municipal attorney to weigh in on, I'm really looking for what emergency orders we currently have or have had in the past that would or would not be allowed if this amendment were to pass. I really want to get into some concrete examples. Thank you.
Ms. Vogel?
Through the chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. To answer the question, well, a couple things. First is there have been some legal challenges to executive orders, to emergency orders that have been issued, but none have been found to violate any civil liberties. So to that extent, if that was the only line in here, I'd say none of our orders are impacted by the resolution. But we do have a number of orders that place a number of limitations on businesses, so they're more than just suggestions. That includes Emergency Order 14, version 3, which is currently in effect. It has provisions that limit the capacity of various stores, and it limits gathering sizes, and it limits, it places limits on how many people can enter at a time, as well as the fact that there is a mask mandate in place in those businesses. So it is a limitation on businesses that's not just about municipal personnel. It also does things like it requires legible visitor logs, so that if we do have municipal personnel who are dedicated to contact tracing, for example, having logs from businesses where they visited helps that contact tracing effort, and having that as a requirement helps facilitate the municipal portion of that work. It also requires employers to communicate to their employees when there's a known COVID-19 exposure, whereas otherwise they might have been able to keep that information to themselves. It requires management at hotels and places of lodging to inform their employees about whether there are people under quarantine whose rooms the employees might be cleaning. So it gives employees that information and power. It requires employers, well, at the moment, it strongly encourages employers to do remote work. I think strong encouragement would presumably still be allowed under the Kennedy Amendment. And it requires retail stores to limit capacity in a manner sufficient to permit customers to have 6 feet of physical distance. So those are the current emergency order 14 version 3 limits. There are additional parameters that impact specifically organized sporting events and how those can take place, and that impact holiday bazaars. We do have Emergency Order 13, which is the mask mandate, and does provide that the mask mandate applies in all sorts of indoor settings in the municipality. And I suspect that the other ones are less of a target for Ms. Kennedy. We do have some that change municipal alcohol regulations and change regulations with respect to marijuana sales to allow more curbside use of those products. So I think that those are the main ones.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to ask a clarifying question of the sponsors, but I think their answers to the previous questions combined with the testimony of the municipal attorney answers my question to the point where I'm going to vote against this amendment. It makes very sweeping changes potentially, and it moves us in the opposite direction that a number of other states and localities are now going in. I'll bring up again the state of North Dakota, which is a conservative and largely rural state like our own, with some urban centers, and their very conservative Republican governor has just put forward both a mask mandate and an imposition of restriction on the size of gatherings because they have had such uncontrolled spread and such unfortunate levels of death. So I will oppose this, and I hope that we can continue the work that Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance, I know, are engaged in to try to bring some of these powers into ordinance rather than emergency order. But I do not think that a sweeping amendment like this that will eliminate a number of the protective orders, or I should say the health protections, would be useful for the city. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, so I have two questions. One, I think fairly simple for Ms. Kennedy. On the line where you say the operational permitting of any business, when you say operational permitting, do you just mean operations?
If I might, Mr. Chair. Yes, it's really just about what all businesses are currently licensed to do, and there are certainly different forms of licenses, but it outlines what they've been permitted to in terms of how they would operate. So that just speaks to the individual businesses' particular operating license.
Okay. So
is that what you were looking for, Mr. Weddleton?
I think so. So if someone just has a state business license to be in retail, they could just, you mean, when you say operational permitting, you mean they can be a retailer?
Right. It wouldn't ask businesses to become the mask enforcers, but it would also keep businesses from being limited to their operating hours or to being told they have to shut down. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And then Ms. Vogel, I think I might have missed something very important. Would this limit the city's ability to close businesses down because of the virus?
Through the chair, can you hear me?
If you could speak up a little bit, but yes, we can hear you.
Great. My understanding is that it is the intent of the sponsor that this would limit the ability of the municipality through an emergency order to limit the operating hours of a store and, the ability to operate. So during this period of emergency, we have seen orders requiring indoor dining to be shut down. In the hunker down phase, obviously, a lot of businesses were required to be shut down. I see this as an intent to prevent the emergency orders from doing any of those actions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Yes, thank you. For my part, in my constituency, the businesses have expressed their desire to see the mandates continue, to see the emergency operation continue, that their staff became the focus of abuse from unwilling people to wear masks and saying, you can't make me do this. And so in some ways, us taking that on, as you have seen by this massive participation of the public, makes us the bad guy instead of businesses. So in that way, we're protecting the businesses with these mandates. So for my part, I think this is a non-starter. I urge a no vote.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Mr. Weddleton? Oops, sorry, Mr. Weddleton. I'm sorry. Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
No.
Ms. Zalatel?
No.
That amendment fails 8-2. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any further discussion?
Did you have an amendment, Mr. Weddleton?
Well, someone needs to get in the queue if there's further discussion. Mr.
I just thought you had an amendment. Sorry,
No.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I was fiddling, but no. Thanks.
All right, if there's no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatel?
Yes.
That item is approved 8-2.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr.
I
Constant?
move the immediate reconsideration.
Yeah, that is a valid motion. So Mr. Constant made a motion to immediately reconsider.
And I urge a no vote. Mr. Dunbar seconded.
Okay, Mr. Dunbar, I did hear that. Seconded.
I didn't second that.
That was me, Cameron Perez-Verdilla.
Sorry, Cam.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Is there any discussion on this motion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider.
Just take me a second.
Sure.
On the motion for immediate reconsideration, how do you vote, Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
No.
Ms. Zalatel?
No.
That motion fails 8-2. We now have before us item 11A, ordinance number AO 2020-105, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage adopting and appropriating funds for the 2021 general government operating budget for the Municipality of Anchorage. Before we do a motion on this particular item, I'd like us to take up an approval of one of the attached items as a separate vote, and that is item 11A2, Information Memorandum Number AIM 174-2020, Municipal Budget Advisory Commission 2021 Proposed Budget Resolution, November 2020. What is the will of the body?
Is the motion to incorporate?
It is a move to accept, yes. So moved by Weddleton, seconded by Constant. For folks on the phone, if you could please mute yourself, I'm getting some background noise. Is there any discussion on this motion? So for the body and the public, all we're doing is just accepting the item which was put in as a supplemental, but rather than adding it as a supplemental, we're just approving it separate. Okay, is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing none, that item is accepted. We're going to be doing the same thing with item 11B2 when we get there. With that, going back to ordinance number AO 2020-105, what is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
And is it the S version?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. LaFrance. Mr. Constant, was it the S version?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance? Okay, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and go through our amendments. So first we have an amendment by Assemblymember Kennedy, the $1 million to the Anchorage Police Department for the alcohol tax program. Is there a motion on that? Are you bringing that forward, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, move to approve.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Allard.
Mr. Chair?
Sure. So before that, I just got a request from a member, and I'll go ahead and allow this before we continue with the amendments. So I would ask someone from the administration if you could walk us through the S version before we go through with our amendments, please.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Lance Wilbur. I'm the Director, Office of Management and Budget. What I'd like to do is walk the Assembly through the S versions for the operating and the general government, as well as some changes for the alcohol tax, and then real briefly on the, when we get to the capital program. But maybe just to start, for those who haven't been following this process since we started in October, we presented with the Assembly the proposed budget in October, and then the Assembly has had multiple work sessions. We had 3 public hearings in October, we had another one in November, and then another 2 in November. And through that process, we've heard from the public about changes and things that they would like to see in this proposed budget. And then on last Friday, the Assembly had a work session, and we heard from the Assembly some of the changes that they would like to include. So I'm going to summarize some of those. I will just say that through the work sessions that we've heard, we have made some changes. Hopefully we've been able to address them. And as the Mayor's opening comments mentioned, we are presenting a balanced budget, and we've tried to address all of the things that the community sees as their priorities while we're addressing public safety and our response to COVID. And some of the comments and questions that the Assembly had were related to some of those changes. So as it relates to the operating budget, the Assembly had proposed some amendments to the operating budget, primarily as it related to the alcohol tax. On the S version, I think the primary change that we've made outside the alcohol tax is we have, since the close of MLMP, we received that the PERS liability that is we are owed to pay, we had budgeted 1.2. It's coming in at about 1.4. So we've included that additional change in the S version. And if you look to the AM support, I think this will probably be the simplest way to guide the Assembly through this. If you look on the AM support, which is following the S version of 220-105S, you'll see that on page 2 of 2, when we get to the tables in the back, you'll see that we had to add $243,000 for PERS liability, but we also, during this time, have received verification from Treasury about some of the other changes that have happened since we built this budget. And one of them is we wanted to make sure that as it relates to the 2020 revenues, we know that we had to make some changes. The revenues didn't look as good when we presented the budget as they are right now, so we had to address that. So we added that in. But reciprocally, we also were able to include some benefits to the calculation for the trust fund. So we were able to add an additional $150,000 in revenue to address that. We also were able to add another $200,000 looking forward into 2021. And then the other thing that we did in the S version is we included the $800,000 projected to come in from the e-cigs. And so as it relates to general government, not talking about the alcohol tax, and I'll get to that in a minute, really the end result is a relief to the taxpayers as it relates to those portions that are going to be funded with property taxes by about $800,000. So in general government, again, not including the alcohol tax, the only thing that we included into this S version process was the addition of the PERS liability, and frankly, with the sale of ML&P, the dollars that we're going to receive by contributions to the trust sort of offset that. So as it relates to general government, that is the big change in the S version. So again, I'm looking at when you go through the ordinance itself and then look to the AM support, recognizing the changes that we made. In addition to that, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly, we also made some changes to the alcohol tax, and that is probably where the biggest changes have occurred in the administrations from their proposed to what we have tonight. So if you look at the last page, the last 2 pages of the document that we gave to you, I'm going to highlight the alcohol tax changes. As you recall, the administration presented a proposal for an S version of the alcohol tax on November 5th. And as part of that, the Assembly had some additional conversations in their amendments last Friday, and I'll try to highlight those as well. So if you're looking at the last 2 pages, the top of it should say 2021 proposed general government operating budget alcohol tax retail sales program. The top of the page are those that were included in our proposed budget. When you go to the bottom of the page, starting at line 40, you'll see a line that says S version changes. So what we've done here is based on the conversations that we've had and the presentation that we provided, in the alcohol tax, we are including $1.5 million of allocation of the alcohol tax to support the core team. And we've identified what the level of service that would be for in the fire department for 2 paramedics, 2 social workers, 2 mental health clinicians, and some administrative support. The other thing that we talked about in the S version is that in our original proposal, we had many of the positions, we had some positions in the library and many of the positions in the health department, the nurses, the epidemiologists, and support staff that were identified with the alcohol tax. So when you're looking at this, if you go through lines 42, which include the library community resources, assistant community resources coordinator, and the peer reviewers in the library, instead of using alcohol tax in 2021, we're going to move that we are going to use fund balance to fund those. And as Mr. Bockenstead mentioned in the briefing, we had identified and set aside in the CARES funds resources for the health department as well, for the nurses and the epidemiologists, and we set aside those CARES funds. This year, those dollars are not going to be spent. So the plan is, instead of using alcohol tax money, those dollars will then roll into 2021. We will fund these positions in 2021 with that unspent CARES funds that you had originally allocated. So those will come out of the alcohol tax, and then they will be spent, we will use fund balance. Then, at the bottom, there was an additional $1 million added to early education, an additional $1 million added to evidence-based grants, The operational cost for the shelters, we reduced it a little bit because we were working with, I believe we had some philanthropic contributions to support that, so we reduced it. There's still $500,000 in there. We started with $2 million. We would reduce it by 1.5 and have 500,000. The day engagements shelter operations, we increased that by $1 million. And then we had requests to put a little bit more money in the health department. There was some question about where the reporting is going to be when we report on the use of the alcohol tax and the programs that are being supported. We will put that responsibility in the mayor's office. We didn't change the money, we just put the responsibility in that location. In the municipal attorney, there was some interest to support the first responders in their efforts by allowing or providing some additional staff in the attorney's office for a prosecutor and a clerk and some non-labor. Their original request was for $350. I think some of the original request we are accommodating in our operating budget, but the staffing, we are able to address that in the proposal for the alcohol tax. And the last item, Mr. Chairman, is a new one that was proposed in the S version that was not included in our original proposal, which is to provide some support to the Anchorage Police Department for their first responders, and that would include 2 crime analysts, identification tech, an IT tech, and a dispatcher, and as well as some non-labor support. So those were new. So again, I think the biggest changes for the new in this program were the support to first responders, in addition to our S version, and those first responders primarily in the police department for these positions, and in support of I think it's 12 positions or 8 positions in the fire department for the core team. And those were the primary changes on the general government operating budget. And again, as the mayor mentioned when we started, we still have a balanced budget. We still are maintaining our bond rating. We are not dipping into additional fund balance that's not been created as a result of the CARES Act. It's a pretty lean budget. We had a lot of requests. We were not able to accommodate those. And so I think most of the changes have been on the alcohol tax, and that is where the majority of our S version on the general government operating budget lie. So if you have any questions, Mr. Chairman, I'll attempt to address them.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of my first questions is, I'm not sure what document you're working off of that has the new alcohol tax updates. So that would be my first question. Because what I have, I guess what I'm looking at, I didn't see anything in terms of what is being proposed in light of some of the things that you were mentioning, Mr. Wilbur.
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Hopefully you received a copy of the S version of AO 2020-105S.
Okay, was that something that was sent out today?
Yes.
Okay, well, the answer to that is no, so let me see if I can find that. I guess I was relying on the updates on either the Muni website for the meetings or for Agenda to Go, and I don't see those on either one of those. So let me look for that, and I'll get back with you if I have some more questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So the clerk advises me that because it was laid on the table, it wouldn't be on Agenda to Go. You got the email earlier today from Desiree. That should make it easier to find. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. So, Mr. Wilbur, so looking at the changes with the alcohol tax, so we had a total initially at 9.3 million, and and then in the S version, it increases it to 11.6 million. And, we tried to keep it kind of low, thinking, let's find out how much we get before we commit a bunch. So that's an increase of about 1.2. So you know, if we were to take, there is money for day engagement shelters already, beyond this $1 million in the budget, is that correct?
Could you repeat the question?
For day engagement / shelter operations, there's $1 million added to the alcohol tax, but there's money for that elsewhere in the budget already. Then this is additional, is that correct?
Yes, I believe that is correct. We have, I don't know the exact source, but I do believe that we have dollars in the operating budget. We have about $735,000 to support shelter activities, and then we've added another $360 in here to support shelter support as well. This is above both of those.
Okay, kind of just one other point on that. So, okay, so then also the police added for $650,000. I think was respectful to the ballot measure that said put some money towards police, I think. But is that something that could be put off until we have a better sense of how much money we're bringing in on the alcohol tax?
Through the chair, I think, I guess I would say that, I mean, any of these things could be put off depending on the vote of the Assembly. These were the recommendations from the administration, and I think it's also in response to a lot of requests that the Assembly and the administration had to support additional resources for APD. Now, as part of this proposal, we knew that there was some room inside the alcohol tax, and so the proposal is to use some of that room. Again, the proposed or the projected budget is about $12 million in 2021. It will be roughly, it'll be about $1 million more than that in the following year. So our response to the questions and comments we had is why we added the APD first responders and why we added the core team, and those two items really consumed what the unused amount that we had originally had in our proposal, in our original proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and go back to amendments. So before we have discussion on this amendment, which I believed was moved and seconded, Ms. Kennedy, you have two different amendments on this subject. One is at $1 million and one is at $350,000. Which one do you intend to bring forward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't know if it made it into the packet to amend the second one, so the $350,000 to EPD. That's the one I want to move. Thank you.
Thank you. So I need to ask you to withdraw the amendment. Are you willing to do so, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, I was actually going to amend it anyway, but I can withdraw the first one, and then now that we have the second one, I will move the second one. So I'll withdraw the first one, and if I can move.
Before you do that, Ms. Allard, are you okay with withdrawing this amendment?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right, so that amendment is withdrawn. So Ms. Kennedy, did I hear you move to approve your other $350,000 amendment?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, is there a second for that?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Ms. Allard. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Well, I think my comments are similar to what I said when we met at the work session last week. Was that last week? Anyway, there are so many, obviously, needs with the Anchorage Police Department, especially considering right now these are not sworn, these are all non-sworn positions. It helps the Anchorage Police Department to better serve the community in that they can be more responsive to the goings-on, the happenings in the crime analysis labs that helps them with using the data that they need for prosecuting cases. And from my perspective, it is absolutely a positive step forward in terms of helping us combat some of our sexual assault, violence, our crimes against children, the kinds of things that we know plague our streets to a certain degree, including human trafficking, which we have definitely noticed activity within the homeless population. So this helps the Anchorage Police Department to really get at some of those crimes and get them prosecuted properly, documented properly, and then prosecuted properly. So again, this speaks to non-sworn positions and it just overall helps us in terms of how we provide a safer community. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
Sure, it's a question for Ms. Kennedy. So I don't know if you've gotten a chance yet to see the S version, but under the alcohol tax shows an increase of $1 million for grants to providers for child abuse, sexual assault, domestic violence prevention programs. So it covers some of your very important points that you sought for this thing, and then for this amendment. And then also there is $650,000 added directly to the police department for first responders, 2 crime analysts, identification tech, 1 IT tech, and a new dispatcher, and additional operating related non-labor. So it almost looks like the administration took care of your goals, but in a vastly larger dollar amount.
Is that a question?
May I respond?
Were you aware? I mean, how do you feel about that? I mean, does your amendment still work when I think it's already been taken care of in the S version?
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Weddleton. I actually have had a conversation as early as today, or as recently as today, with Chief Dahl, and when they first submitted some of their requests to the administration, it was well over $1 million worth of requests, and one part of that, one component of that, was actually their cell phone coverage contract, and that has remained kind of an unfunded need within the Anchorage Police Department, and of course we know communication is pretty important, and part of the problem is the fact that data is so much more expensive now, and continues to be. You know, we all get our cell phone contracts and we see how much more our data package is costing us. So anyway, that is an increased cost that they're also wrestling with, and I know the chief would like to offset some of that cost. But the other positions, there's actually even more requests for positions, including detectives for their Crimes Against Children department. So even if there's another $350,000, that doesn't begin to cover those particular needs either. So I appreciate the fact that that $650,000 is in there, and that's one reason why I'm reducing the amount of my amendment from $1 million down to $350,000, just to help get to that number to fill a lot of these non-sworn positions. Dispatch is, there's one dispatcher in there, which will be helpful, but I know their dispatch overtime numbers are huge, so even a second dispatcher would absolutely be helpful to the dispatch department. So I know there are ways to use this that are very specific and have actually been requested, and that was part of my rationale too behind using the funds from some of the early education funding, because those will all be grants that are just kind of, we don't know who that is yet. We don't know where any of that money is actually going yet. None of that's been targeted. It'll just be opened up for people to apply for the grants. So this way, we actually know where we would be spending the money, and it would be targeted to some of those things that have already been listed, and some others. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think that Ms. Kennedy just answered my question. So I don't have this $350,000 amendment for me. Perhaps it was sent in an email I just missed. But I have the $1 million version. And then $1 million for APD comes out of cuts to early education. So is that the same in this case, that $350,000 would be cut from early education? Or is it just an additional $350,000 added to the total?
Thanks. I'll respond to that quickly. So this new version of the amendment reduces early learning and literacy grants to providers.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just comment briefly then and say that two things. One, I'd love to hear from Ms. Quinn Davidson on this point, or someone from the administration, because I know they've been working particularly on these kind of early education grants. But I also sort of share Mr. Weddleton's feelings, which is, we went back and forth with the APD. I think a lot of us have gone back and forth with them and got a fairly specific number from them for $650,000 for some very specific needs. I'm sure that there are more, but we're always weighing different costs and benefits. And the fact that we're adding a prosecutor specifically for domestic violence and sexual assault, the fact that we're adding money for APD, and the fact that we're targeting grants towards child abuse, I think largely makes very good progress towards these issues. And I'm not sure if I'm comfortable cutting funding from early childhood literacy, considering how difficult it can be to find those kind of funds in our budget. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm done, but I'd love to hear from Ms. Quinn Davidson if she'd like to speak to this.
Thank you, Assemblymember Dunbar. Absolutely agree with your comments. I think knowing the needs of APD, that's the reason that we made a change in the S version to include $650,000 to fund those services that we just discussed. We don't want to pull another $350,000, which would reduce the early education grants by a total of $1 million. As Mr. Dunbar noted, those sources of funding are difficult to find. And the bottom line is that if we don't start investing in early education, we're not going to have long-term changes that actually reduce the costs of policing or of corrections, of other things that come from kids not having access to those services. You'll probably recall from some of our work sessions that an investment of $1 in early education leads to $7 saved by government later on. So this is a smart investment in our kids, and we would not support this amendment.
And through the chair, Assemblymember Dunbar, I just want to add one additional comment as it regards to this specific amendment, which is the ability to pay for cell phone or cell services. I would just point out to the members that this budget item was included in the 2020 non-labor budget for APD. So if you go back and look at the ballot language on the alcohol tax, it does say that net receipts shall not be used to supplant funding for existing service levels contained in the actual operating budget for the fiscal year 2020. And the funding to provide for and maintain that level of service in subsequent years. So it is our read that in particular to the part of the amendment where it says cell phones and cell services, that actually wouldn't be an eligible expense of alcohol tax receipts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. LaFrance?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That actually answered my question. It was about the cell phones, and if I understand correctly, Mr. Bakken said those are in the budget then now.
Through the chair, and if I get this wrong, I will ask Mr. Wilbur to correct me, but yes, this is included in kind of APD's non-labor budget. And certainly there are always challenges in making sure that there's enough in their non-labor budget, but as it regards to the alcohol tax, I don't think it's eligible because it is already included.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Vardilla?
No.
Ms. Zolotel?
No.
That amendment fails 8-2. Next, we have Whittleton Amendment Number 1. Will you be bringing that forward?
Yes, thanks. I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment Number 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
Go ahead, Mr. Whittleton.
This would remove $95,488 from the Equity and Justice Office and would add that amount, I'm sorry, I remember this has been weeks. Remove that from the Equity and Justice and sorry. This is, I'm sorry, this is within the alcohol budget. Sorry, within the Equity and Justice Office, it would add $95,488 for Equity and Justice Office, and it would take it from Parks and Rec, Healthy Spaces, which is sort of camp abatement.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll support this amendment, but I think that removing it from the Healthy Spaces portion of the budget has an impact that could be detrimental, and that I'll be looking to hopefully find this funding to add it back to the Parks and Rec Healthy Spaces in first quarter. I think that opportunity for Parks and Rec to do year-round camp abatement, storage, and otherwise really work on the challenges of our outdoor spaces as it relates to homelessness is a very important piece to the continuum of services that we've looked at with the alcohol tax, and I don't want to see those diminished, and will continue to find this additional funding for first quarter. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the amendment?
Never mind.
Mr. Whittleton on the amendment.
Okay, and I just want to clarify, this follows through a commitment we made to fund half of the Equity and Justice Office using alcohol taxes. And I agree with Ms. Zolotel. When I did not want to increase the amount of alcohol tax that we were committing to use. And as we see, it's already pushing the expected amount we may take in. I think it's important to make this a neutral item. And I agree with you. I think this is, the Parks and Rec role is very important, and I would look to, as we get alcohol taxes in and know how much we got, to put more money towards this.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 9-1. Next, we have Whittleton Amendment Number 2.
Okay, move Weddleton Amendment 2.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Whittleton?
So having freed up $95,488 by covering half of the cost of the equity office with alcohol tax money, this is a proposal to take that savings and move it towards the library for, this would fund a 30-hour IT assistant to help with their technology use that's has been growing steadily for many, many years, but is particularly, there's particularly high need now with the COVID-19 and the services they offer while they're closed.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 10-0. Next, we have Assemblymember Kennedy amendment for $30,000 to the Anchorage Health Department, Human Services Division, Chugach Eagle River Senior Center. Ms. Kennedy, are you bringing this forward?
Mr. Chair, I would like to for discussion purposes, so I will move Kennedy Amendment. I don't know what the number is on that now. Probably number 1. Thank you.
It's a number. Okay. We'll say number 2. Thanks.
Okay, great, thanks.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I really I think I'll end up postponing this or withdrawing it, but I really just kind of wanted to bring attention to what's happening here. One of the things that the municipality did several years ago was to help the senior center with helping to defray the cost for insurance for its employees, believing that it was important that all employees have health insurance. So that's been ongoing for a while, but as we all know, there has been some huge increases in healthcare costs recently. So that's really driven up their costs lately. And as we also know, there have been a lot of decreases in revenue. And right now, the Chugach Senior Center, according to their most recent projection, is they expect to lose about $268,000 worth of revenue this coming year. Well, actually, that's this year's numbers, which they believe will probably be the same next year. So the concern is that they really won't have the funding to be able to pay the rising health insurance costs of their employees. Yet they will still be expected to deliver the same services. They also expect to see a hit in the revenues generated just from transportation costs, but of course transportation is more troublesome these days because they have these vehicles where they can only take a very small number of people at once in order to comply with distancing requirements. So anyway, I'm just kind of painting a picture here to let you all know that this is something that I'm certainly watching. Of course, the Senior Center is, and they'll keep me up to date on this. They are hoping that their PPP loan gets their obligation gets removed so that they won't have to pay that back. But anyway, those are just some of the things that they're watching. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to move this right now, but I just want folks to be aware that as these numbers get updated, that I may very well be coming back after first quarter budget review to see if we can help them with some of their expenses similar to what we did last year. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll withdraw my amendment.
Does the second agree?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. All right. With that, that completes our amendments for this item.
Nope, there's one more in the packet.
I have another amendment for the capital improvement budget.
Nope. Oh, you're right, it is. Okay, you're right.
All right, so now we are on the main motion. Is there any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. So, I suppose, Mr. Wilbur, on the alcohol tax, I mean, these are good things that are in here. I can't argue against any of them, but we don't know how much we'll be bringing in. So how will we spend this? Are we going to commit to doing this at the beginning of the year, charge forward, and hope we get the alcohol tax money? And what if it falls short? What if we get $9 million through the alcohol tax?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Weddleton, I would suggest that these are our plans that we want to do in 2021. Obviously, we're not going to be able to spend all of these funds in the first quarter. So I think as we do get some limited data coming in after February, maybe as early as March, we can go back and take another look to see if our projections on our revenues are still good. And if we move through the year and we find out that the revenues are not coming in, if we have grants that haven't been awarded or programs that we haven't started, we'll just stop them. And that's how we would manage the flow as I would propose it. So again, this is our budget plan based on a projection of revenue. When we get into 1Q, if the projection is less, then we'll ask to probably reduce some of these programmatic requests. If we think they're coming in favorably, it's likely that we'll just stay right here and then see how the year progresses.
Okay, be cautious. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. I just wanted to speak briefly to the overall budget here before us. I think this budget, along with the appropriations under the alcohol tax budget, as I said in the last work session, really reflects the work and the priorities the Assembly has taken on. I actually have gone back, looked at the Assembly priority document many times since we agreed to those priorities, and I think we have done a good job with this budget in balancing, excuse me, the need for immediate impacts to our city and our municipality, and keeping the lights on, keeping public safety robust, but also looking to the future and really concentrating on building a community of wellness. I am, frankly, quite ecstatic to see the mental health first responders in this budget. It will change the face of how we look at public safety and responding to those in need in the municipality. And I couldn't be more excited to be a part of that and really thank both the administration, the fire department, and Chief Hetrick for her flexibility and innovation, and Deputy Chief McCoy with APD for really bringing these things forward so that we can be a municipality that innovates and is responsive. So I'm really happy with this budget. I hope we continue to look as we go into first quarter on ways that we can hopefully fill whatever the revenue needed so that maybe we don't have to raise property taxes. But overall, I'm happy with the direction that this is going, and I think it's a great reflection of the work we've been doing as an Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm still trying to kind of pore over some of the F version here. But I have a question for Mr. Wilbur, and Ms. Solotel just kind of touched on it a bit, and that was in regard to what this does to the taxpayer. So the numbers certainly look different than what I've seen last time, but I want a number that tells me what additional, if any, taxes are going to be required of the municipal taxpayers. I know we were looking at $100 with the previous proposal, $100 per 350,000, I think it was. So, Mr. Wilbur, can you update me in that respect, please?
Through the chair, thank you, Ms. Kennedy. So, actually, with the addition of the tobacco tax, since so the estimation is going to be less for the burden on the taxpayer. Adding that $800,000 offers property tax relief because it's with the tobacco tax, which is inside the cap. And there are no other changes. So our original estimate was about $100 for the average house. Right now, the estimate is probably around $80 for the average home, $80 property tax increase for the average home based on this S version. And again, as I mentioned previously, as we close the year and then we get assessed valuations updated, the number will get adjusted as well. And if the revenues are coming in, if revenues that are inside the cap are doing better than we currently projected, whether it's in marijuana or fuel or even tobacco, those types of things will continue to provide relief to the taxpayer. So right now, the S version is around $80 for the average home.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wilbur. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, thanks. You know, in the budgets I've been involved with over the last 4.5 years, it seems like this one had fewer amendments and less significant amendments than we've seen in prior years. And that is directly because of work that Chair Rivera has done. And a couple of years ago, he's kind of strengthened our role as the legislative body and taken the lead on these things. I think setting the document that said what are the Assembly priorities, and that leading into very early feedback to the administration, and whereas this is the stuff we want to see in the budget, has certainly, I think, helped the administration not deal with last-minute amendments, but work it in at the start. It's all worked much more smoothly, and I think we see that with important but fairly small amendments. So I thank the administration for working with us, and certainly for Chair Rivera for doing what is, I think, is very much transformed the way we operate here. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
No.
Mr. Perez-Berdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 8-2. Next, we have item 11B, ordinance number AO 2020-106, an ordinance adopting the 2021 General Government Capital Improvement Budget. Before accepting a motion on that, I will accept a motion to accept Information Memorandum Number AIM 170-2020, Transmittal of Planning and Zoning Commission Resolution Number 2020-032 regarding the General Government 2021 Capital Improvement Budget and 2021-2026 Capital Improvement Program.
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on the motion to accept? Is there any opposition? Doing none, then that resolution is accepted. Now we're back to ordinance number AO 2020-106. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
The S version.
Yeah, and to clarify, thank you. So the mover has clarified the S version. The seconder, I think
S version, yes.
Thank you. All right. I guess administration, if you want to go ahead and walk us through the S version.
Through the chair, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the S version is quite simple. One of the proposed amendments that was brought forward with last Friday was an amendment to add a small project over off Pine Street in Rica. I think Assemblymember Dunbar expressed the concerns with the location. We have a small street improvement. Project Management Engineering reached out to the Parks Department and reached out to the Traffic Department. And based on the information we received from them, the administration would propose that we add a small $160,000 to the capital improvement budget to address the concerns that's going on at Pine and Rica. So that's all the changes to the version for the budget, capital budget.
With that, we do have an amendment here from Assembly Members Constant, Rivera, and Zolotel.
I would move Constant, Rivera, Zolotel Amendment Number 1, which adds this year $250,000 to begin a 4-year program to install permanent public restrooms throughout the municipality.
Second, Zolotel.
Moved and seconded. Who would like to speak to it?
I'll begin. So in previous 2 years, we've been having discussions about how do we address human waste in the municipality. people don't have a place to go anywhere in the city unless the businesses around them are open, which means people who are not welcome in businesses are going to the bathroom on our streets. We need to come up with a strategic approach, and we're going to ask the voters to support the initiative.
Ms. Alatel, did you want to speak further on it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I was trying to juggle the device. Yeah, as Mr. Constant explained, I mean, this is something that I know we've been looking at for a number of months, nearly a year. And I guess, you know, if you think about it, we really encourage, and it's become ever more clear, how much of an asset our outdoor spaces are to the municipality during COVID. But beyond that, this is an opportunity for us to make an investment in ourselves to improve those amenities, access to those amenities. As a parent, I think this is relatable to a lot of folks. You get out, you're on the trails, you go to a park, you're having a great time, and a kiddo needs a restroom, and it's just not there. And it becomes a hassle, and those hassles can become deterrents. And they can become deterrents in a way that actually create inequity in being able to use a lot of our public spaces. So I think this is a really great start and a much needed amenity in our community, and one that will improve the quality of life for all of our residents. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton on the amendment?
Yeah, questions for the sponsors or perhaps Mr. Wilbur. But so this has, I guess, one, how many toilets restrooms will we get for $250,000? And then what do they cost? And how are, it says operation, you know, includes operation, maintenance and operation costs. I mean, how are those rolled into this?
Mr. Chair.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. The rough number is around $150,000 to $160,000 per unit, but we anticipate with this volume purchase we could get 2 per year, and that would include basic maintenance and operations. We are looking at this through an area-wide facility bond, but we also do believe the Parks and Rec Department will have some maintenance functions as relates to this. And so really what this funding does is sets forward the requirement that they put together a comprehensive plan to do this, and we will be part of that process. But we've been talking about it for a long time, and we just need to make it happen. And this isn't just to support places where people have been misusing our public spaces, but there are, in the downtown, people who tour here and who find there's nowhere to go to the bathroom for them, especially after about 6 p.m. unless they're a customer. And so the idea is let's put together essentially a plan and address it and ask the voters to support it so we can actually meaningfully do something over the next several years.
Yeah, no, I understand the need. I think it's more of a technical thing because it's so loose here. I mean, typically we may have a road that adds costs and we add an increment to our tax cap to accommodate what we expect to be increased maintenance and operations. And is that what you're saying here?
Through the chair, I think, I would just say, I think the administration supports the concept that that's being proposed. There is some work to be done because, and I think putting together that strategic approach is very important. And as we put the bond projects together, we would be working with the sponsors in the assembly to differentiate how much of the 250 would actually be identified for a capital improvement, and we would include an O&M increment. But as we learn a little bit more about how that plan would move forward and the number of them, we'll certainly work with the departments and work with the assembly to get that together so that we put together a solid proposal to go to the voters.
Okay, so I got it. So I mean, it's loose here, but when the actual ballot measure is put together, it'll be crisp. Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my question was being asked. I was really more interested in where all these restrooms would be going. I mean, I find it interesting that we're one of the few major cities around the world that I know of that doesn't have public restrooms. So I would think that we would want to be putting them in places where we really do have people and tourists. But anyway, I think the answer to my question was given. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Allard on the, oh, okay. Mr. Peterson on the amendment?
Chair, and I've had complaints from tourists several times over the years saying there's just nowhere to find a bathroom, and so this is a good idea. We just have to find facilities that we can make sure they don't freeze up in the winter. There's got to be some engineering done to make that work, but I think we can figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant on the amendment?
Thank you. Yes. You know, to the point of winter maintenance and management, we've looked closely at what's called the Portland Loo, which is kind of a model for the Northwest. And in fact, out of the interior of Canada, there are a number of vendors who provide facilities that are simultaneously not too private, but completely private enough to be functional and safe, and at the same time work in a cold climate environment. So I think we can land that plane.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
That amendment is approved 10-0. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
Yes.
That item is approved 9-1. For the next item, we have an S version on this item. So next we have item 11C, resolution number AR 2020-351, a resolution adopting the 2021-2026 General Government Capital Improvement Program. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
And just to clarify, that was the S version, Mr.
Yes.
Constant? And
S
Mr.
version.
Peterson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wilbur, there is an 11C2 item here, similar to what we've been doing with 11A and 11B. Would you like us to approve that one separate from the item?
Through the chair, I don't see 11C2. Maybe I'm misunderstanding.
So it is a transmittal of a Planning and Zoning Commission resolution?
Yeah, so part of the review of the capital program every year, we bring it to the Planning and Zoning Commission to seek their, and so they had recommend approval, and
Right.
so yes.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So-
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to go ahead and do that one really quick. Apologies for not seeing that. So can I get a motion to accept information memorandum number AIM 170-2020?
Move to accept.
Second.
Thank you. And just to read it into the record, that is the transmittal of the Planning and Zoning Commission resolution number 2020-032 regarding the General Government 2021 Capital Improvement Budget and 2021-2026 Capital Improvement Program. Is there any discussion on that motion to accept? Is there any opposition? Seeing none, that resolution is accepted. All right, going back to the other motion on the floor regarding resolution number AR 2020-351. Mr. Wilbur, can you walk us through the S version?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this has to do with when we amend the 2021 budget. When we amend the 21 budget, we also have to amend the 6-year program to include that adjustment to the first year. So when our S version included the capital improvement to Rika and Pine, it would then also require us to approve the same change in the first year of the 6-year program. And I would add, Mr. Chairman, that if you allow the Assembly, based on the amendment that just passed to the capital budget for the first year for the public restrooms, the administration will also make that change in this year's, in the 6-year program. I would suggest you don't need to make an amendment to that, and we'll just make it happen.
Thank you. That simplifies things. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. You know, in the public hearings on this, we heard from maybe 4 or 5 people that this is abominable practice to be looking out 6 years in the context of planning for the municipality because of COVID or because of whatever. And I just wanted to establish under the record that this is actually a code requirement for us to do this process, and that it's a really good practice in good times and bad to plan out your growth over the next several years. And so I just want to say thank you to the administration for doing this work and to just gently rebut those kind of comments that suggested this is the work we shouldn't be doing right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion on this item, Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question actually concerning some of the testimony we received on the Spruce Street extension. I know we talked a little bit about it before. And would you mind summarizing, I know you and Ms. Zelatil, I believe, were working with constituents on some of that feedback. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Yes, Ms. Zalatil and I have been working with some constituents in the Abbott Loop Community Council area. And so in January, PM&E is going to be coming to the Community Council to talk with them about this particular project. And in the end, if after all of those discussions, the Community Council and in particular the neighborhood that would be impacted by this project aren't convinced of the necessity of the project, Ms. Zalatel and I will likely come forward in the future with an amendment to the capital program, but it isn't something that's needed immediately because funding, it wouldn't be on the bond until 25 and 26.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 11D, ordinance number AO 2020-107, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2021 municipal utilities enterprise activities operating budgets and the 2021 municipal utilities enterprise activities capital improvement budgets. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 11E, resolution number AR 2020-353, a resolution approving the 2021-2026 municipal utilities enterprise activities capital improvement programs. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 11F, ordinance number AO 2020-108, an ordinance adopting and appropriating funds for the 2021 operating and capital budgets of Anchorage Community Development Authority. What is the will of the body?
Move to.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 11G, resolution number AR 2020-352, resolution adopting the 2021-2026 six-year fiscal program. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotow?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. With that, that completes all of our budgets. So I want to thank Mr. Wilbur for all of your work and the team for working on this. Also want to thank Desiree, our Assembly Budget Analyst, for all of her work. So with that, let's keep going. Next, we have item 11H, ordinance number AO 2020-117S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly providing for business personal property tax relief to eligible taxpayers financially impacted by government orders as an economic stimulus measure in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the floor?
I do not have a motion on the floor, Mr. Chair.
All right. Can I get what is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S1.
Second.
Mr. Chair,
Moved and seconded.
point of order. I haven't seen an S1, and I've been looking for it all night. I have sent emails to the clerk staff. They have no version of this.
We're going to go ahead and take a short break to see if we have an S1 version laying around somewhere. Ms. Kennedy, is there an S1 that Mr. Gates was working on?
There was one that Mr. Wheeler was working on.
Okay. And is there a copy that we could get of this S1 version?
I'm going back through my emails, and Ms. Zolotel probably has it too, so we can forward that.
I'm going to move to postpone this item to the next meeting, December 7th. I think that it's really bad form to lay an S1 on the table and expect us to vote on a tax policy that has really broad implications without having had a chance to sit down and look at it.
Okay.
Thank you. So there is a motion on the floor now to postpone, was it December 8th?
Yeah, whatever the first meeting, December.
Sure.
Second.
So postpone to December 8th. And seconded by Mr. Dunbar. So I'm going to go through the queue for folks to speak on the motion to postpone. First, I have Ms. Zolotel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't oppose the postponement. We've been working really hard to try to get this done, I think, with the press of some other business and working on the S1 and a potential amendment as well. It just didn't get finalized up until the very end today, so I have no objections to that. But I would definitely want to be making sure that we do take it up on its merits no later than December 8th. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar on the motion to postpone?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the motion was postponed, and I would ask that we have a work session between now and December 8th to discuss this new version.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy on the motion to postpone?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I don't oppose the idea of postponing either. There is still time, considering the dates that we've been putting into the new yes version or the S1 version. So it has changed quite a bit, so it probably would be a good idea to have a work session as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to December 8th.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Peterson on the motion to postpone?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-0, so that item will be back before us on December 8th. Next, we have item 14A, ordinance number AO 2020-119, an ordinance authorizing the disposal by perpetual non-exclusive telecommunication and electrical easement to Chugach Electrical Association, Inc. of a portion within municipal real property.
Wait, reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Zolotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14B, ordinance number AO 2020-120, an ordinance authorizing the non-competitive disposal of municipal real property to P&A LLC, legally described as lots 23A and 25A, Block 9, Olympus subdivision.
Wait, reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. Weddleton?
You know, these are fairly large lots and they're going fairly cheaply, and I wonder if you could describe why they would be so cheap. Give Mr. Schutte a reason for coming to see us. Oh, Ms. Ward on the phone.
This is Robin Ward. To the chair, Mr. Weddleton. These lots are vacant lots and they're unimproved lots. They have no services to them. They have no roads. So we are actually selling at the assessed value, which is very close, we believe, to the fair market value. But if these are improved lots, they will be considerably more valuable. And this is a private-public partnership with a developer with lots next door. He will be providing all of the cost for infrastructure, including services and street, any sidewalks, lighting, and so on that's required under the subdivision agreement.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. You know, I didn't catch that there was a private party developer involved. Is it public who that is, Ms. Ward?
Yes, in the ordinance it has his company name, but his name is James Kopsha, and he has slowly purchased quite a few of those, has improved those, and sold them to builders, and continues to move down the. This is an old paper plat, an old Samarillo paper plat, and so he's slowly improved these lots, turned them over to builders, they've built houses, and he continues to work down there. When he came to the point where he hit our portions of 4 lots after the right-of-way take, we were able to salvage enough land to make 2 lots out of the remainder of the 4, and then partner with him for the platting process, and then he will go ahead and provide the improvements.
Oh, that's great. I just wanted to make sure it wasn't somebody I have an association with. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 14C, ordinance number AO 2020-123, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly correcting the effective date of AO 2020-85, adopting 2018 building codes and local amendments as a rewrite of Title 23 of the Anchorage Municipal Code to January 1st, 2021, effective retroactively to October 27th, 2020. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Constant, on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yeah, first I'm curious why. I have a comment to make on the main motion.
Okay, we should have had the effective date of January 1st, 2021 on that when we passed it, but we did not. The building department actually dealt with it fairly effectively. They said any design that is, over 50% as it's turned in between now and begin the year, they will be treated under the old building code. Some builders were concerned with it on following up after kind of submitting this. They say that it's actually working well, and there's really no need to do it, particularly because we're so close to January 1 anyway.
Okay.
So it'd be a lot of fuss for really minimal gain.
Was there a formal letter of some kind you saw that said this is the process? Because I had some inquiries about it.
The building official, Bob Dole, sent a letter. They actually sent out, to all builders, a thing saying, here's a process we'll follow, which is fairly typical of what they do to fold in new building codes. And I just think it became a non-issue.
Okay, Mr. Schutte or Mr. Dole, maybe send me that letter. Thank you, that's all I need. I don't need a report, just a copy of it.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, through the, Mr. Constant, through the chair, I mostly got up because we can't understand you in the audience. Your microphone sounds distorted.
So, can you send me a copy of that letter, Mr. Dole or Mr. Schutte?
Yes, sir, we'll do it right now.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
That motion is approved 10-0. The next item on the agenda involves an application for a liquor or marijuana license and/or a special land use permit for alcohol or marijuana. The process to review these items is different than the Assembly's legislative role because these are administrative or quasi-judicial hearings and require the Assembly to be impartial, refrain from ex parte communications, except in liquor license applications, and make a decision based only on the record before us and testimony today. With that, the next item we have before us is item 15A, resolution number AR 2020-399, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership and location of package store liquor license number 4919 for
Waive
Alaska
reading.
Liquor Inc., DBA Northern Lights Liquor.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony is now open on this item. Would anyone like to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. Next, we have item 15B, emergency ordinance number EO 2020-8, an emergency ordinance providing financial resources for labor, supplies, and other expenditures required to address municipal response to coronavirus disease 2019 by appropriating an amount not to exceed $5 million from an interfund loan from the Arrowhead General Fund to the COVID-19 Fund, approving a temporary exception to the unreserved fund balance designation policy for the municipality of Anchorage, and providing a plan for future reimbursement of such appropriations. Yeah, we're going to take a short break.
I bet Dean would know off the top of his head. Okay.
All right, I'm going to wait another minute for one of the members to come back, and then we'll get started again. Thank you. Thank you. So for the record, I was just clarifying with the clerk and Assembly Council on the need for a public hearing on this item, but I'm going to go ahead and open this item to a public hearing. So would anyone like to testify on this item? Welcome. I haven't. If you can go ahead and turn the mic on, please. Yellow button. Yellow button. It's not turning on. What's going on?
The yellow button. Scary.
That's what I said,
really
Ron.
Scary. You're going to lose the open meeting law by not educating people at this podium.
Okay. Welcome.
Yeah, you said that. Very good, Felix. Okay. Well, listen, hey, to start this off, I'm not on the record, but my wife has a little cabin fever. She's been yelling at me a lot and thinks I'm hard of hearing. She said to get hearing aids. So I bought a box of earplugs, and I feel wonderful. Moving on, you can all stand up because no one's here. John Hopkins did a medical study on standing like Mr. Weddleton. It somehow increases your blood circulation. Hopefully not to your brains, but hey, we can do that. And there's no chairs in my house. Do you know why? I don't have time to sit down. And neither should we during this pandemic. First of all, I'm going to touch on a lot of things. The mayor is not acting mayor, the mayor. Felix, you're the chairman. This acting gives a little deflection to the full authority that you have. As far as the open meetings law, I got to talk fast. Settle this. Don't waste the money because the municipality's going to lose, they're going to lose, and the lawyers are going to win. I can tell you that from cutting 2 trees on my easement, a dead spruce and a split down the middle Mayday. The jury awarded them $117,000, and I'm now on the hook for $240,000. So don't play around with those lawyers. They're in it for the money, not justice or truth. On this C-19, this issue, you got to get some road signs up, message signs. There's only one billboard left, and that's across from the Chevron. That wall at Super Signs is a billboard, casket or masket. And then you should have a contest, because every time I write stay safe, I could hit an emoji. So there should be a contest among students, adults, kindergartners, to create an emoji that will shorten stay safe and make us think every time we see that, and reward them, like the Fur Ronde buttons. The other thing is the MLP sale. You sold that, I sold land to the municipality, $750,000. It was $165,000 under assessment, and then, hey, should have been $1.1 million. So I'd like to get that money, because if Robin Ward's listening, her and Pam Weiss said after the first of the year, 2 years ago, they would buy my other parcels and add it in. That didn't happen. And before you buy beans, buy my property. Okay. And then I'll move on, because I got to stick with the virus. Correct, Felix?
That is the topic that we have before us, but unfortunately your time is up, Mr.
Yeah, but it is.
You'll have some final audience participation time.
Say that again, Felix?
You'll have time during final audience participation.
Okay, that sounds good. And as far as Mr. Constant mumbling, he sounded the same.
All right, thank you for your testimony.
I love you too, Ron.
Would anyone else like to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Oh, excuse me, hold on.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you. I had a question, and that is why this needs to be an emergency order. We've done this in the past in terms of basically allowing the municipality to have a negative fund balance. So anyway, I'm just questioning why this is an emergency order. Thank you.
Who from the administration could speak to that?
I'll kick it off through the chair, Assemblymember Kennedy. This is an emergency ordinance. I believe a lot of the information has been included in the AM, but we are trying to look ahead and figure out what the total amount is that is going to need to be spent between now and the end of the year, so we do not have to come back to the Assembly with another one of these. We have estimated kind of the costs that we are incurring both on the testing side and also on the Sullivan and other costs that we are incurring, and believe that the $5 million number will get us all the way to the end of the year. And again, all of this funding is FEMA reimbursable, and when we will submit those costs for reimbursement.
Can I follow up on that, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Bockenstead. I guess I'm still asking the same why this is considered an emergency order versus just a regular resolution or ordinance. I guess I'm just still trying to grasp the designation of this document as being an emergency order versus some of the things that we've already done just in terms of how we do some of our purchasing and that already. I mean, we basically do a lot of this kind of thing already, so why is this different than the way we've been doing some of these expenditures in the past? Thanks.
Through the chair, Ms. Kennedy, this is Lance Wilbur, Director of OMB. All of the emergency order appropriations that we have done, we've gone through this process and made them emergency orders, and one of the distinctions is that in the event that, as Mr. Bockenstead said, we are planning and with full anticipation to get reimbursed from FEMA for these expenses, and we've verified that what we can and cannot. In the event that we are not able to do that and get reimbursement, the emergency order would also allow us, if we needed to, adjust the tax cap to recover just for that portion that FEMA didn't respond to. And that's the same language that we've had in the previous three. And since it is an emergency situation, so that is why it is identified as an emergency order and not a appropriation, a regular appropriation. And if Ms. Vogel's on, she can jump in, but that is, we followed the model for the previous requests, and as Mr. Bockenstead mentioned, the purpose of it and the reason that we need it now is that for the testing, the amount of dollars that we've already appropriated have either been spent or spoken for, and so we are running out of the capacity to award that contract for the testing, and that is why these additional resources are required. Thank you.
Mr. Wilbur, thank you. That helps. And I guess I just missed the previous ones, that those were also considered emergency ordinances as well. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Ms. Kennedy?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdilla?
Yes.
Ms. Solotel?
Yes.
That item is approved 10-0. With that, that completes our regular agenda. We'll move on to final audience participation. Would anyone like to participate? Welcome.
The yellow button. It's on.
It's on already.
Okay, good. Thank you. Ron Oliva, you forgot to ask my name, Felix. Anyway, I want to continue with this C-19. I stated that this is a real pandemic, and it's going to get worse, obviously. And I suggested put it in every utility bill, AWW, SWS, GCI, Chugiak, put in the utility bills a safety reminder. When the mayor gives her speech on updates, I want to see posters in the back that say mask it or casket. I want to see a mask, I want to see a hand sanitizer, and I want to see 6-foot distancing. I want a banner to run along the bottom of the presentation that repeats these mandates. These are simple things to do to keep it out in front of us and don't drop our mask, okay? Mask it or casket. So moving on with that, you take positive tested homeless people out of the shelter and you bring them to Fifth Avenue, the guest hotel. It's obvious. Across the street is Coffee, Alaska. He's having trouble with the soup kitchen, defecating, urinating, vomiting, whatever. Then you put 111 positive there who moved downtown. You got to get them away from the population, not put them in it. Okay, that hotel. The other thing, I'm a little concerned about Officer Pettis. We need every good officer, and sometimes people have a brain fart, and they shouldn't be tried in the media or George Floyd, Black Lives Matter. That was an officer trained, and I believe he had a bad day, and it shouldn't have cost him his job or his partner. I think we should have some sort of training, put him at another post, but don't lose that academy, that good officer. He has other talents, had a bad day. And look, if I had to worry about the cops, they arrested me for having a security hat on, a badge in my pocket, on my own property, and charged me with 3 felonies because I pulled out my gun and I can't retreat because of a titanium hip. But bottom line there was, hey, I didn't aim it at them. You can't do that. They laid me on the back of the patrol car, upside down in the back seat. So hey, and I spent 36 hours in jail on election day, and I missed voting. So, hey, think of Officer Pettis. The other thing I want to mention, I'll sum up, is the separation of church and state. Can I finish, Felix? Real quickly.
Very briefly, Mr. Oliva.
Listen, this is a podium, not a pulpit. I'm tiring of people lecturing or basically preaching from this. It's not a pulpit. Now, I don't mind Dustin, who had a box on his head, and I thought, well, that was his mask. It's similar to Ann Arbor over there with Jason.
All right, sorry, Mr. Oliva, I'm going to have to cut you off, but I do have a question for you.
Good deal.
Mr. Constant?
Ron, you mentioned being arrested on election day. That wasn't this month, was it?
Good one. I didn't understand the word you said.
So you mentioned being arrested on election day. That wasn't this month, was it?
No.
Okay,
It
before.
was the last election.
Thank you.
Yeah. That's when I said you should expand API with 2 stories and an extra wing for politicians.
I just wanted to make sure it didn't happen again. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Thank
Is
you,
that
Mr.
it?
Oliva.
I'd like to make a point of personal privilege
Oh,
to Jason.
sorry, Mr. Oliva.
To Jason. In Ann Arbor, they're
Sorry.
wearing, instead of masks,
Thank you,
bags
Mr.
of-
Oliva. You've got your time. Thank you, Mr. Oliva. All right, would anyone else like to participate? Welcome.
Good evening, Assembly members. Thank you for taking the time to come in today. I really appreciate those of the members that are actually here. First of all, I would like to say for Mr. Oliva's sake, Jesus Christ is the King of this world and he reigns forever and ever. Secondly, I would like to speak to Mr. Weddleton. I sent you a message on Facebook with regards to Alyeska and promoting new bus service out there for less fortunate people to be able to go enjoy outside activities during the winter. It would be very nice to have a twice daily bus service that runs to and forth from Alyeska. Thirdly, I would like to discuss a recent homeless study that was just finished up in Salt Lake City, Utah. It was a 3-year study. They spent over $7.5 million, had over 300 yearly personnel that were working on curbing their homeless problem. And it actually has a very lot of similarities between what the municipality of Anchorage is doing. It was an abject failure. So I urge you all to go look at the data from Salt Lake City, Utah for their past 3-year study. And it's a data-driven study, very similar to what we're doing here in the municipality. Look at their errors and learn from them. Fourthly, I would like to discuss the bathrooms that are being proposed by Mr. Constant and other members of this assembly body all over downtown. I would like to add amendments to them that they must be gender specific, and as well that any child that's under the age of 18 must be accompanied by a parent or guardian inside of there to avoid problems with rape or problems with child porn being produced out of there, or problems with pedophilia going on in these bathrooms. They should be gender specific. I think that's very important. There have been cases all over the country where there have been children who have been harmed. All right, the fifth point I'd like to bring up tonight is the fact that we're poisoning our water here in the municipality of Anchorage with fluoride silicate. Fluoride silicate acts to attack the pineal gland within the brain. It dumbs children down. It causes worse reactions than eating lead paint chips. The sixth thing I would like to bring up tonight is your new MCT, the mobile control unit that you're trying to have go through with the Anchorage Fire Department. This is going to be an absolute erosion of civil rights. When you go into people's homes against their will and try and drum it up that's a mental health issue, you're just trying to take people out of their homes that are your political opponents. And seventh, your budget was passed behind the will of the people and against the will of the people and outside our ability to testify. I apologize for going over. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
If I did not respond to your text or Facebook message?
Yeah, no worries. It's under a different name. It was under Nick Jameson, but because they canceled my old account due to my political speech being a little outside of their community standards. And I've henceforth canceled all my memberships on any social media because I feel as though they're an arm for the Chinese Communist Party.
Okay, thanks.
Did you have anything else,
My
John?
point was email works a whole lot better if you just email me to my assembly.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Welcome.
Dustin Darden, D-A-R-D-E-N. Lifetime Alaskan resident. What you guys are doing is criminal. You've compromised your integrity, except for Allard and Kennedy. I don't know why you want to shut the city down. We have a thing called the First Amendment to the Constitution, which entitles us to freely assemble, freely speak, and to go to church. And for whatever reason, the majority of you believe that this United States of America can be overshadowed by illegal rules and regulations, which by no means usurp the Constitution. And you all will be held accountable. You are tyrannical, evil people, except for you and Kennedy on the phone. And maybe you, Weddleton. There's hope for you. But The fact that you're disregarding the Constitution, it's appalling. And even you, Dunleavy, Governor Dunleavy, you are cowardly capitulating to the communist Chinese regime. And you need to wake up and start reading what this America was founded on. This isn't a partisan issue. This is an American issue. And this is exactly why in the United States Constitution there's a thing called the Second Amendment to the Constitution. It's not for hunting. It's not for protecting your house. It's for protecting the people against a tyrannical government that wants to usurp the Constitution. Lock people up in Oregon for 30 days for not wearing a face diaper? You got to be kidding me. You all will be held accountable. And this needs to stop now, right now. Or you and you and you and you and everybody didn't want to show up tonight, and you will be arrested by the citizens of Anchorage. It's called a citizen's arrest. And you will be held until the Constitution of these United States of America will be restored. So you need to ask yourself a serious question. Playing your little games that go directly against the foundation of this country, is it worth it for you to be detained by the citizens? Not a compromised police force, but the citizens. Any questions?
I don't see any. Thank you. Would anyone else like to participate? All right, not seeing any, we're going to move on to assembly comments. I will start on this side with Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just echo my comment from earlier that I am really happy with the budget we passed tonight, particularly the programs funded through the alcohol tax budget, and appreciate everybody's hard work on that over the last several months, and that I appreciate that we engaged in a really robust process, both talking to experts and the community, and I think that work really paid off. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just I want to second Ms. Zalatel's comments and thank my colleagues for all of their work over the last few months in the administration on the budget, and I want to thank all of the citizens of Anchorage who have been emailing us by the hundreds and sometimes thousands, calling us and showing up at work sessions and at meetings and really engaging in the political and community process. It's been wonderful to see so many people engaged. And with that, I want to wish everybody a good night and to stay safe. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Constant.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a brief comment, and I do want to say my appreciation for the administration that did work, I'm sure, pretty hard to try to keep costs down, and my only disappointment in it was that we still are asking the taxpayers for additional funds that I was hoping that we would get at the number that would keep that from happening, or maybe even reduce the budget to an extent that we could give all of our taxpayers a tax break of some sort, considering the situation that I think we are probably still in, and I think that's one thing that I think we need to really be paying attention to is what really is going on in our community and the economic health of our economy. So I wish we could have actually been able to offer them a bit more. So that was my reason for not being able to support it this year. But anyway, I hope that we will continue to look at ways that we can save money by maybe reducing some of our expenditures. I want to make sure that people stay employed. I think that's important. But I think we could have cut back on some of the things that, the things that people would like to have in their office, or just some of the expenses that maybe we could have reduced. And so hopefully we can keep a close eye on that as we look at some of the appropriations and that actually come before us next year, to try to maybe alleviate some of that stress on the budget and maybe actually even end up with a better surplus at the end of next year and leading into 2022. So we'll have to see what happens with this next year in the municipality of Anchorage. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Nothing to add, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to echo what Ms. Zolotel said and was also reiterated by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Really appreciate all the hard work that went into this budget. I think it's a very thoughtful document. Just also want to briefly talk about the Thanksgiving holiday, which is going to happen between now and our next meeting. If you're like me, you love to gather with your family during this time. Unfortunately, there's a lot of evidence that large family gatherings are another driver of COVID-19. Canada had their Thanksgiving holiday in October, and it was followed by a very significant spike in the virus. And so I just want to urge folks that might be listening to please try and limit the size to just your immediate family or your, what they call your germ circle, the people that you're already in contact with. We know it's really tough this year. It's going to be tough on everyone, but we want to slow the spread of the virus. We want to be able to resume school in January and do all the other things that improve our quality of life. And we can't do that if we continue to fuel this fire. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too would like to echo my colleagues' comments about the budget, and thanks to the administration for your hard work. Mr. Wilbur and I were talking at the break about the work of the Budget Advisory Commission, and I know we had two excellent resolutions tonight from them, one on the alcohol tax use and the other on the proposed budget, or I mean on the budget that we passed, the operating and the capital and the utility. And I just wanted to thank the commission. I know none of them are here right now, but for their hard work, and I know that they took a lot of time to meet with department heads and really dive into the budget, and their thoughtful comments are very appreciated. I wish I could ask, or maybe I can ask, Mr. Chair, if Mr. Wilbur could also comment. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you, Assemblymember LaFrance. I think the Budget Advisory Commission really stepped up their game this year. Following last year's budget process, they really wanted to take the time this year to look at departments and spend a lot more time on this, and they had their plates full, starting with the alcohol tax, and they really put a lot of extra time, took a lot of extra meetings, and their next task before them is they're looking at the ballot measure, considering for APD, and that is on their coming up right away, so they're not slowing down. And while I've got the mic, in addition to the BAC, I just really want to thank the departments. This thing does not happen solely inside the Office of Management and Budget. While our small team puts it together, we got a lot of support from our departments as well as the Assembly, so my shout out to them as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The AML convention has been virtual online this week, and we had our annual block party today, and that was also virtual. And there were several members of AML that had taken videos on their phones and so sent them in so that we could get some information and see some pictures of different localities around the state. And so even though we're not able to meet together here in Anchorage like we typically do, we're still having a good convention. And if any of you would like to listen in, they've got work sessions going on with interesting subjects every day, usually 3 or 4 different sessions. So thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Chair. So I wanted to say thank you to my community, Chiquiac Eagle River, for all their support, and all individuals across the city who have sent me emails, text messages, Facebook messages, and phone calls. And I wanted to wish everybody well and a happy Thanksgiving, and to live your life, because you only have one life. Thank you, and be safe.
Thank you. So for me, just a couple of things. First is I realize that I haven't told the public about it, but the members know that I have asked folks to participate over the phone to allow for physical distancing. So that's why you see fewer members here. And I want to thank the members who have agreed to participate over the phone. And I know you all are diligently doing your job just as we are, who are participating here in person. I didn't want to end the night without pointing out one of the folks who came out to testify earlier today and during initial audience participation. And this individual made the point to talk about progressives. And in that individual's testimony, participation, they talked about division. But if I were to be frank, that was probably the most divisive 3 minutes that I've ever had to sit through on this body. And what I heard during those 3 minutes was a lot of fear. And I get the fear of the unknown, fear of change, fear of what's going on in society. I get it. But I look forward to the day when we can go back to basic human decency and the precept of respect. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Move to adjourn.
We're adjourned.